I will call to order the June 2nd, 2026 business meeting of the North Kingstown School Committee. The first order of business is to go into executive session. One, any discussions of job performance, character, or physical or mental health of a person or persons, provided that such person or persons affected shall have been notified in advance in writing and advised that they may require that the discussion be held at the open meeting pursuant to RIGL 4246581, NKESP request for leave of absence, and WMS AP contract. Two, sessions pertaining to potential litigation, legal advice, and collective bargaining pursuant to RIGL 4246582, NEA NK negotiations. And three, discussion of any investigative proceedings regarding allegations of misconduct, either civil or criminal, pursuant to RIGL 4246584, update to investigation related to athletic coach. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Right, perfect. You good? Okay. Hi, everyone. We are so excited for the energy of excitement. And welcome to the school committee meeting. So it is 7 o'clock, so we'll call the North Kingstown School Committee business meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is to do the Pledge of Allegiance. So please join us again. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Roll call, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Ken, did you want to?
Yes. We'd like to take a moment of silence before we continue with the meeting. We have two past MK employees who recently passed away. Joanne Pick, who worked for the school department for 16 years as a bus aide, and Robert Butch Smith, who worked for North Kingstown for 30 years in our custodial and maintenance department. So take a moment for the two of them, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Kevin Earl here. Robert Case.
Here.
Jennifer Lima. Here. Megan Riley.
Here.
Sherry Kennedy.
Here.
Joshua Furtado. And Sadie McCann.
Thank you. And the calendar, please.
June 8th at 5 p.m. Policy Advisory, Central Admin Conference Room. June 10th, 5:30 p.m. DEI Advisory, Central Admin Conference Room. And then June 16th, 6 p.m., regular school committee business meeting, Central Admin Conference Room.
Thank you. And so now we're going to move on to presentations and recognitions. So I'll turn over to Dr. Duva to introduce.
Thank you. Yeah, so the first group that we have, we are going to recognize our top 10 students from the class, our North Kingstown High School class of 2026. So we do a little presentation here that we can show while we go through everyone. We will do the presentation first, and I'll call you each up for a certificate so we can honor you and your success for the last 4 years of high school. And just so everyone knows, we actually have 11 students in the top 10 because there was a tie with 2 of the students. But we have 9 of you here tonight, and all 11 got recognized at Honors Night last week at the high school. So let's go through. So our valedictorian this year is Sadie McCann, and Sadie will be attending Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Sadie's unable to be here tonight. Brenna Malloy, who's sitting up here, is our valedictorian this year, and she'll be attending Boston University. Gianna Amido will be attending University of Rhode Island. Brennan Anderson, who is here tonight, will be attending the United States Naval Academy. Sophia Azolina will be attending Boston College. Valerie Carroll, who's in attendance here tonight, will be attending University of Colorado Boulder. Aiden Forrest, who is also here tonight, will be attending Johns Hopkins University. Ellie Martin, who is here tonight, will be attending University of New Hampshire. Kyle McManus, who is here tonight, will be attending University of Rhode Island. Evan Simus is here as well tonight. He will be attending Georgia Institute of Technology. And Haley Vada is also with us tonight, and she will be attending Northeastern University. And we're missing one, I think. Did I not? Or maybe it's me. Gianna, did I mention you?
Yeah,
I did. Okay, sorry. For a second there, I was like, wait a minute. Okay. Right. So we have certificates, so I'll call you each up here to receive a certificate, and we really just want to recognize all your hard work over the past 4 years, your dedication to school, and all of the different types of school activities, athletics, music, robotics, engineering, all of the different programs that you've all participated in over the 4 years. So we really hope you had a great 4 years, and we wish you the best as you move on to college and to the military and all of the great things that you'll do representing our community.
Come. Yes.
So I put them in order the way you're sitting, just to make it easy. So Brenna. Gianna. Brennan. Haley? Valerie?
Congratulations, Valerie.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Ellie? Congratulations.
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 Aiden? Congratulations.
Congratulations, Lee.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Kyle? And Evan?
Congratulations, Evan.
Congratulations.
So just to ask if all of you don't mind just coming and walk around the hallway and come through the back door and we'll take a picture of all of you back there.
There you go.
Okay.
Wrong, so why don't we-
So we're gonna switch over chairs, and then we're gonna double stack you, so we'll have some of you in the back, and then maybe some of you kind of in front. Yeah. You get it.
It's just over a little bit.
All right, perfect. Great. Right, wait, so you're, you between here. Yeah. Right, now go. You stay there. They'll be.
Yep.
Go, you get in there?
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. I'm on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to take the bubble.
All right, ready?
Sorry, don't move to your parents.
Yeah, parents wanna come up.
Yeah, you guys want to-
Already around.
This is like, no, sorry, I was just.
I know, but like, it's weird for a second. Yep, and I don't know if I can record or not. I was going to say, we do have a rule that once you're recognized at a school committee meeting, you do not have to stay, although you are welcome to. So we'll give the students a second to grab their
The
phone.
retirees have to stay there.
The retirees have to stay to be able to retire.
Two.
There we go.
Two phones.
Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Great job.
Okay,
Did you
so
have some of them? Yeah. They're to your credit, correct?
I stayed in McKeon that had Victoria, Carol, and Sophia. It's not-
Okay, Dr. Dewey, you want to do our next one?
So stay up here. So we thought it might be fun that we'll go from the least amount of years to the most amount of years. And let's see who's been here the longest.
Oh, we know who
guess
that is.
who's been here the longest. Okay. So it's our honor to recognize our teachers that are here in the audience who are retiring. It's a loss to us, but all of you have worked so many years. You've all been here more than 20 years, and some 30. And you've earned that time now to go off and enjoy retirement. But we do appreciate all of the hard work all of the children that we taught, the many lives that you've impacted and changed throughout the time, and the support you gave to our school community. So the first teacher that we would like to recognize is Liz Cruz. And Liz is retiring from Forest Park Elementary School as a fourth grade teacher.
Thank you.
And she has dedicated 23 years here. Thank you.
And then we'll have to grab some money.
So how many did you have?
I did, well, it's 40 altogether.
40 years. There you go. Congratulations. Next is Michelle Corbin. Oh, no, I'm sorry. No. I numbered it right. Nope.
I guess
You're not that. You're not.
You can't
I'm
retire.
getting my chicken scratch.
Can't retire.
There. Lynn Plotkin. After 24 years, Lynn is retired from Wicked Middle School.
Thank you.
Currently teaches social studies, so thank you for all your years.
Thank you, thank
You're
you.
welcome. Okay, Michelle, now you're next.
We'll let you retire.
You're gonna let me retire.
Yes. Michelle Corbin is retiring after 25 years from, you're at Fishing Cove this
Fishing
year. But
Cove.
you've been at,
It's 26 because I started in 2000.
okay, so 26 years.
This is 2026, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get that right.
26 years, so congratulations.
Thank you.
I think we should say what we did. Like, I was with 6-year-olds. And every year they were 6. So,
Time shoes.
I had her daughter.
We'll do pictures with the group of y'all, just like we did with the students too.
So next is Eleanor Robertson.
Alina.
Sorry, Alina. And Alina is retiring after 26 years from Wickford Middle School as one of our world language teachers, so thank you very much. And I will say, I think her resignation letter was the most entertaining to read.
Oh, you actually did read it.
So,
I was wondering if you were going to show it.
Now I want to see it.
You got fancy. I didn't know we were supposed to get fancy. Yeah, I didn't think they read them.
You feel stressed now?
no, I'm just making sure it's correct, and I don't want to embarrass Leslie, but I probably worked with Leslie the most here. So next, Leslie Mayman, Mrs. Mayman. She's retiring after 26 years here in the district as our preschool teacher. I don't know what
You have to get this.
the preschool's going to change now. There's no more Mayman. There's no more Mayman in preschool. So thank you for all your years. And round of applause. We need like drums. 37 years. I think all at Wickford Middle.
All at Wickford Middle, and I went to school at Wickford Middle, so I spent 40 years of my life in that building. I'll tell you what's going on.
So
42 years.
So Miss Pickering
I was a
just
cheerleader
said.
before Wickford.
So Colleen, after 37 years at Wickford Middle School, teaching science. Thank
Yep,
you.
I did math and science, not just science.
Math.
And
What else?
literacy.
Tell everyone what else.
Oh, God, not 1 year. I had to go find a book.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you very much. So no, we can take a picture.
So same thing, if you want to go around, we'll have you take a
Go
picture.
around. Okay.
Robert, yeah, I was going to say. Robert next.
Yeah, move again.
So do you wear the crowns every day with the middle school?
It's on my desk, yes, I read it.
I would remind them every
The
day.
kids like to wear it.
Yeah.
Shocker.
We have enjoy this last year.
We all have, and she was already.
Any big plans?
Oh, yeah. You want to start?
27.
She's 42.
That's a good one.
So I'm babysitting with my three grandchildren, and we're doing everybody.
Sideways is always
Everybody gets sideways.
Yeah, it makes us
You guys turn the other way.
Oh,
That's good.
I know I'm having
I know.
You gotta come visit.
You can get in the picture if you want. There you go. Hold on. One more.
Is my crown straight?
Okay, thank you.
Same role as grilling as a shirt would be today. You are welcome to.
I left the school at 6 this morning.
We're grateful. Okay.
So the next presentation is the NK strategic plan, so we'll turn it over to probably Mr. Mesner.
Yes.
Bye all, thank you. Have a fun
Thank
day.
I know. I know. Yes.
I like each other. You recognize us.
I know, right?
That one? Okay, I guess we don't have slides. Good evening.
Do we have slides?
yes, page 20.
Okay.
Do you want me to send them?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. So my presentation is not as fun this morning. So thank you very much for welcoming me tonight. I'm here to present on the North Kingstown School Department District Strategic Plan, which is set for the years of 2026 through 2029. So the strategic plan is guided by a few things. First is the district report card, which you're all familiar with. We've presented on that in the past. We receive that feedback every year from RIDE. And that gives us our star scores for our schools and also feedback on our entire district. We also look at the RIDE strategic plan that's developed by the state, identifies priorities at the state level. We also look at our superintendent's district superintendent goals, which are part of the process as well. There's a June 1st deadline for submitting the strategic plan to RIDE.
Excuse me, Mr. President. Andrew, I just sent it to you. Okay. Here, go look it up, please.
So as I was saying, there's a June 1st deadline for the district strategic plan that has been submitted to RIDE. So the plan has been sent to them, and we will wait for any feedback that they may have and eventually their approval of the plan. Do you want me to wait for the slides to come up? Okay. I'll wait. Yeah, we're on the third slide, Andrew. Thanks. So the purpose the plan will serve was really to guide discussion around making improvement efforts. It provides us with a framework to drive decision-making on resources and funding. It also drives the creation of the school improvement plans. The school improvement plans are due in 1 month. They're due July 1st. And so the strategic plan will be connected to each school's individual plans, and also to focus on continuous improvement and to make decisions that are rooted in the values that we've identified as being essential. This is just a visual explanation of the continuous improvement process that's outlined by RIDE, having to do with the district strategic plan. It involves kind of a circular process of looking at needs, setting priorities, conducting root cause analyses, and also then setting goals, selecting the initiatives that will align to the goals, and also identifying action steps for the goals and the people responsible, and then also coming up with a plan for progress monitoring and taking inventory, if you will, as we go along with the initiatives and the action steps that we've identified. So for the strategic plan in 26-29, the priorities will look familiar because they are the same as they were in the 23 through 26 plan, although the goals have been slightly altered, which I'll get to. The priorities include improving student academic outcomes, closing achievement gaps, safe and supportive schools, the vision of the learner, and then school facilities. Before we get into the specifics around the plan for the upcoming 3 years, we want to kind of take a step back and reflect on our 23 through 26 district strategic plan, revisit the goals, and talk a little bit about that process. So under priority 1, we set an ELA achievement growth goal of 6 to 8% over 3 years, a math achievement growth goal of 6 to 8% over 3 years, as well as a science achievement growth of 6 to 8%, and multilingual learner English language proficiency growth of 9 to 12% over 3 years. We maintained in our first 3 areas the consistently high scores that we've demonstrated as a district. We set very ambitious goals as far as percentage increase that we didn't quite meet, but we were able to sustain the high scores that we have in North Kingstown, been very proud of for some time in relation to the rest of the state of Rhode Island and our neighboring districts. For the 1.4 goal around English language proficiency, we were able to hit the targets that we set with our students meeting at an English language proficiency rate of 63% in this most recent testing cycle. And so we're very proud of that achievement for our MLL students. Looking at priority 2, we looked at setting goals around students with disabilities ELA achievement growth as well as math achievement growth. And then finally, economically disadvantaged students graduation rate improvement. Again, the first 2 goals having to do with 2.1 and 2.2 were very ambitious goals that we set. We have seen some growth in the area of students with disabilities ELA and math at the elementary level. We still have work to do at closing those gaps, but we have seen some movement there that we would like to bring forward into the secondary years as well. We are proud to report that the economically disadvantaged students' graduation rate was met, that we improved to 92% in the most recent calculating of that percentage, and we're very proud of the work being done at our middle schools and high schools, specifically around focusing on the graduation rate of our economically disadvantaged students. Priority 3 has to do with safe and supportive schools. The goal that we set for the first one was that North Kingstown students will feel connected to their school, as evidenced by a 9% increase in social emotional favorability results on the Survey Work survey by the end of 2026. This was kind of an interesting goal because the Survey Work survey changed a bit in the years that this was provided, and the category of social emotional learning was kind of it was included in the survey, but it wasn't a standalone category anymore. They changed that on us, so it's kind of inconclusive. We did, however, see growth in the areas related to school improvement, things like school belonging, sorry, not school improvement, social emotional learning, things like school belonging, connectedness, things of that nature. We kind of tweaked the goal a little bit for the upcoming plan just to make sure it aligns with what the Survey Work survey is measuring. Okay, so again, we saw growth in that area, and then it changed in 2025 with the way they grouped the social emotional learning category. For the second one, chronic absenteeism, we did see improvement in the chronic absenteeism rates. We improved from 17% down to 14% of students who are chronically absent in the 3 years of this plan. Didn't quite meet our goal. It was, again, like I said, a very ambitious goal. But we still saw improvement there, and we are still making steady progress in the area of student chronic absenteeism. Priority 4 is the establishment of the vision of the learner, which was at the time called the vision of the graduate. This has been a resounding success in the 3 years that we've taken on this initiative. There has been significant growth in the area of vision of the learner. We have established very strong and firm and fully understood essential skills, sub-skills, and progressions of student learning that really stretch from K to 12. We're above and beyond, in my opinion, in the establishment of the vision of the learner compared to most schools, because most schools make this a high school initiative, which we were clear from the beginning that this is a district initiative. It represents those cross-curricular, those enduring understandings that persist, not just through the academic experience for kids, but when they leave us. And so there's a real movement in this area. It's exciting. There's been real success on the ground with teachers who have worked very hard to get an idea, learn the skills, identify where these skills fit within our curriculum, and also look for opportunities to say, how can we use our curriculum as a tool to advance these skills in a creative way? How can we do it through student experiences? How can we do it through giving students voice and choice with what they are learning? We've seen some real specific examples of this in certain grades. We have teachers in grade 5, for example, looking at piloting a culminating student experience to reflect on their own elementary school growth through the years. That's very much aligned to the vision of the learner. We're really excited to kind of be launching that at the end of this year. The high school has also done really good work of taking the practices that we already do well, namely the Democracy Project, the Senior Project, and aligning those to the vision of the learner where kids can really reflect on their establishment of those skills and talk about how they've grown over the years with regard to them. We've also, in the curriculum writing process, made explicit connections between the curriculum and the vision of the learner's skills so that teachers can really see the tie-in that goes there. So we're really excited about the growth we've seen in this area, and we've met all of the identified goals under Priority 4. Priority 5. This has to do with school facilities, and this is an ongoing process. We've made a lot of great strides in the area of facilities, but it's still obviously ongoing. We're still, as we know, working very diligently on the different projects that have to do with the school bond and also the projects that fall under the capital improvement plan. And so this is a process that we are really happy to say that has come a long way, and that we continue to move forward and to design our school buildings and revamp our school buildings in a way that aligns to the vision that we have around student academic experience and connection. So that brings us to kind of where we are moving forward. So that was kind of a recap of our previous. And moving forward under Priority 1, we are still holding firm to our goals around student achievement in both in ELA, in math, in science, and then in multilingual learners achieving English language proficiency. The targets that we meet, we feel are going to be more in line with what we are expected to reach. Like I said, I feel like the first time around, we set very ambitious goals.
Rob, can I just, before we get
Sure.
into the next part, just going back to those past goals, I know, and this was a concern when we set them, the 6 to 8% was very ambitious in the 9 to 12, but what did we do?
Sure, I can go back on that. So yeah, we can go.
Just so I have some context for when we're then talking about the 3% on top of that.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
So if we go back to the Priority 1, in RICAS ELA we made a 2% jump from 54 to 56. In PSAT ELA we generally stayed the same, down a point from 79 to 78. SAT ELA again dropped 2 points from 78 to 76. RICAS Math we moved from 55 to 53. PSAT Math from 52 to 51. And then SAT Math stayed steady at 50. And NGSA ticked up from 52 to 53.
So about 1 to 2%.
Correct.
At max.
Mhm.
Okay. And okay.
Yep. Okay. So looking at, let me just find my place here. Looking back at Priority 1, so the goals that we set, again, are more in line with what we think is going to be achievable and challenging but achievable within that time span. Goal 1.1 being an ELA achievement growth of 3% over 3 years. The same achievement growth for math would be that same number, and in science as well. And with multilingual learners, again, the same piece with that 3% over 3 years. These are just some initiatives that we've identified in support of Priority 1. They include our student writing initiative in ELA and literacy support, which has been ongoing now for a few years, where we're providing more students with opportunities to practice their writing skills in an on-demand fashion, similar to the type that they do on the test that they are given. We're also looking at implementing instructional coaching next year at the elementary level, which we're very excited about, bringing on really some good peer-to-peer mentoring and collaboration between our instructional coaches and our elementary teachers to really get to the root of sound practice and consistency. We're looking at instructional rounds. Instructional rounds is something I'm going to talk about a little bit later as well. But this has to do with really teachers and administration educators serving as collaborators with one another to observe practice, to collect evidence related to some of the problems of practice that we've identified, and working at kind of following a protocol to identify some trends and to identify also steps we can take to kind of work at that. So we've started that process this year. We've really got that going in the spring at the middle school and high school, and we're looking to expand that. It's a practice where we're really tapping into the expertise we have in our district and really using that as a force to kind of build that collaboration and discussion around student learning. We're also looking, obviously, ongoing of curriculum review and refinement, using those high-quality curriculum materials, and having conversations around, again, like I said earlier, how we are using the curriculum as a tool to grow and to engage students. And then finally, the vision of the learner, which I had previously mentioned as an initiative in support of that. So moving to priority 2 goals, we are looking again at, we're looking to close gaps within the area of students with disabilities. So we've set a 5% goal over 3 years for students with disabilities for ELA achievement growth and also math achievement growth.
Same question, Rob. What was last time?
So from last time we had, so we moved from RICAS ELA, students moved from 8% to 14%. In PSAT ELA, they moved from 26% to 16%.
Sorry, say that one again.
PSAT was 26% to 16%.
Thank you.
SAT was 23% to 18%. Math was 12% to 13%. RICAS math, sorry, excuse me. PSAT math, sorry, was 2% to 10%. And then SAT math was 7 to 4. Okay. So priorities or initiatives that support priority 2 have to do with targeted data analysis, really looking closely at the data we're collecting, specifically at the secondary level in the area of students with disabilities, and what and what supports we can provide, and what instructional strategies we can provide to support those students as best we can. Also looking at building Thinking Classroom, which is a professional development we've initiated this year. It's a research-based program that really builds on trying to raise the level of student cognitive engagement while also providing the instructional supports that students can access, so that all students are able to access challenging and engaging material and tasks during the lesson. The instructional rounds, as I previously mentioned, curriculum revision and refinement. Also family and community engagement, always so important to make sure that we're working with families, we're working with individual families and collaborating with them, partnering with them around their students' needs and goals. And then also inclusive practices training, so looking at training that aims to build the staff capacity that ensures that all students feel connected to their school and all students feel like they are valued within the school setting. So priority 3, moving to those goals, North Kingstown students will feel connected to their school, as evidenced by a 3% increase in both school belonging and school climate favorability results on the Survey Work survey by the end of 2029. And then chronic absenteeism will decrease by 3%, resulting in a rate of 11% or lower by the end of 2029. So just to give you a little context on this, in grades 3 to 5, there was 69% favorability rating in the area of school belonging among students in grades 3 to 5, and 67% favorability in the area of school climate. In grades 6 to 12, there was 41% in both of those areas, belonging and climate. So we're looking to hone in on those results and to improve them. Initiatives having to do with this, again, you're going to see some overlap here, but looking at things like, again, targeted data analysis of students who are engaged in school, connected to school in different ways, looking at social emotional learning supports, policy review and revision, how we're looking at closely at our school committee policies to ensure that they are representative and supportive of diverse learners, family and community engagement, as we mentioned before, and also inclusive practices training that is aligned to this goal. Priority 4, back to vision of the learner. We're looking at, for this upcoming year, establishing a building-based inventory of student-facing tasks, projects, assessments that align with the vision of the learner. So we're looking at how we are really kind of like categorizing the different tasks that we're using to really enforce or really more engage students in these skills. Following year, establish a continuum across grade levels and schools that reflect the K-12 district implementation. So looking at really connecting our district and our different schools about giving students that experience and those opportunities. And then finally, really looking at the student level of really looking at how able are our students to identify the vision of the learner skills and also kind of internalize them and apply them to the tasks and opportunities that they are engaging in. So for this priority, we're looking at supporting it through Vision of the Learner Consultation Partnership, also looking at increasing our teacher leadership of the Vision of the Learner by trying to tap into some of our enthusiastic and talented teachers. The Instructional Rounds Initiative, the community and family outreach, making sure we're engaging with our community and informing our families of our progress. And then also teacher collaboration, so teachers working collaboratively with one another around how to best implement the practices that we are looking to see on this in regards to this priority. And finally, priority 5, pertaining to school facilities. We have here by June of 2029, the North Kingstown School Department will undertake 9 significant capital improvement projects at various schools that include facility upgrades at 5 elementary schools, 1 middle school, and North Kingstown High School. And additionally, the North Kingstown School Department will be constructing a new Wickford Middle School. So, pertaining to our capital bond projects. And then goal 2, by June 2029, School Department will establish and maintain a comprehensive district-wide facilities, capital equipment inventory, and complete annual building conditions audits for 100% of school and support facilities, utilizing facility repair records, energy audit data, and a diversity, equity, and inclusion lens to identify and prioritize capital improvement needs outside of the voter-approved bond program. So we kind of separated those out into like kind of what falls under our bond projects versus what falls, outside the scope of our bond projects, but within our priorities set forth in capital improvement. And some initiatives that we have to support these 2 goals. Under 5.1, we're looking immediately at the NKHS roof replacement, which is on track for completion this summer. The WMS construction, which obviously is ongoing, as well as the DMS upgrades and the elementary upgrades. For goal 5.2, we're looking at making sure we are creating policy alignment, conducting facilities audit, a DEI audit review, and a capital improvement prioritization. And so that's all I have for you this evening. I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Renati?
I have a few. Thank you for putting this together.
Mm-hmm.
I was pleased to see some more realistic goals this year. I know we had some robust conversation last year about the level, and I think, especially based on the results, that we have some more realistic goals. I'm also really happy to see some new initiatives around those goals. The building thinking classrooms, that was discussed at an event that I was at recently, and it sounds like Narragansett has been using that with some great success. So
Yes.
I'm pleased to see that that is included in here. I am concerned that we're still not addressing the subgroup disparities.
Mm-hmm.
We had talked about that last year, and the rationale was that because it's not something that RIDE has pointed out, that was something that's why it wasn't included in the district plan. And the discussion that we had at the time was that just because it was not in the plan did not mean it was not something that we were not going to be focusing on as a district, but we still are not seeing improvement in those areas, so I remain concerned. The same thing, since it's not part of the district strategic plan, it's not going to get the focus to specifically improve scores in those areas.
I understand. I appreciate your perspective on that. I do understand where you're coming from, but we do remain committed to the success of all students, and for specifically students from marginalized backgrounds and subgroups will remain a very high priority for us, and will always remain at the forefront of our discussions and in our conversations and things of that nature. I understand you may not see it like explicitly here, but it is very much a part of the plans we have.
I'm just going to say the same thing I said last year. If it's not specifically named as a priority, it isn't a priority. So a question about instructional rounds, that had been listed as a something that the district was going to do. It may have been before you were here. I don't know.
We brought it up, the two of us.
No. It had been listed as something that we were going to do. I don't know if we never actually implemented it. It was
prior to us being
maybe
here.
prior to you.
The district did walkthroughs, which is very different than instructional rounds.
It was
prior
named
to us.
instructional round. So was that something that we just never did?
Not that I'm aware of.
We're not aware of it.
Yeah.
Even when we talked to, when we did our training with the staff, and the staff were doing
Nobody
that.
brought it up.
Nobody brought it up. Okay, it was definitely something that had been raised before. Can you be a little bit more specific about what inclusive practice training is?
Sure. It can include a number of things. You know, there's things having to do with like, restorative practices, for example, can be included in that. Things like culturally responsive practices, which we've had some training in professional development in before. Implicit bias training can be part of that. Those are just 3 examples, but there's a number of different things that we can do that have to do with inclusive practices, and that just has to do with, again, like making sure that there is widespread connection, belonging, both on an academic level and also on a social emotional level with all of our students.
Okay, just 2 more, or 1 more. So this is a technicality, but the audit, the accessibility audit is being referred to as a DEI audit. That is not what it is. It came out of the DEI Advisory Committee as a recommendation, but it really is an accessibility and inclusion audit, and I think it's important that we refer to it as such. So if it's possible to change that terminology, I would appreciate it.
Yep, absolutely.
Other questions from the committee?
I have a few questions. The first question is, you mentioned with the vision of a learner that you were addressing some elementary and high school things, but I didn't hear anything specifically about middle school. So are there any initiatives going on at the middle school level? Because I really struggle there.
Yes, we're excited with the work we're doing at the middle school. One of the things I know, the middle school wrote new curriculum in social studies this year, and included in that curriculum is an 8th grade civics project, which we think is a really exciting opportunity to really build as the vision of the learner. It'll be a culminating project for our 8th grade students. So the timing of it, we think, is really, really perfect for bringing forward, like, civic action, something that is, personal for students. They have choice in, and that they can apply, but also learn, obviously, the civic process, the democratic process, things of that nature, and also build in their vision of the learner skills and really reflect on those as part of that. So that's really our focus right now.
Okay, was that implemented this year? So the current 8th graders are doing it?
So it was not implemented this year because the curriculum was just written this year. So
Okay.
it's something that's going to be coming in the coming years.
Okay, my next question is, do you happen to have any idea when the Survey Works report will be released to the public?
I don't.
If not, that's okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know exactly.
But you've all seen the
we
report,
received it,
right?
but-
Yeah.
Okay. The next question is, I know you discussed chronic absenteeism amongst students, but I was wondering if chronic absenteeism, a dashboard amongst teachers, will that be part of Vision of a Learner or anything?
Can you say that one more time?
Chronic
Teacher
absenteeism
Yeah.
among teachers?
Right.
I just didn't see it.
Oh, okay.
at
I
all,
thought you
like,
said,
referenced?
I thought you said some of the dashboard.
Well, just like a chronic absenteeism, like
Tracking it.
tracking
Yep.
mechanism.
So as part of our district, report card, we receive feedback on teacher absenteeism. It's part of one of the categories that we get feedback on, and we always look at that. We always look closely at that. It's obviously a very, very important category, and we look at that as being obviously critical to the success we are striving for.
Okay, and then last question. On the cover sheet that we always get, the first page, one of the things that's on there is financial impact. This said NA. I can't imagine that all of this stuff is accurately addressed as NA. I'm not asking you to give us like a financial impact, but I was wondering if we could be more accurate about that, because I would imagine over 3 years that this probably does have a financial impact on our
We would
district.
be more accurate by looking at each priority and any training that we're doing year to year. But for us to put a financial impact on right now, that would not be prudent of us, because we don't know financially in 2 years what we're going to do yet.
Then I
Right?
think maybe
So
more
I think-
accurately, instead of saying NA, as in nothing.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
And
just
it could, I mean, it's just, when you look at your strategic
Right.
plan, there's so
Right.
much in there. You've got to really break that down to say, okay, well, what training we provide in training in, 26-27 school year, the 27-28, what does that look like to then, look at what that impact is. And we'll be bringing to the committee, obviously, anything that we need to bring into the district to support that for approval as the year goes on.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Other questions from the committee? I just had, that's cute. Just a couple quick ones. So for the data with the ELA and the math, we have the same percentage goal. And I was curious, and I could not remember off the top of my head, so apologies. Is the gap the same? Because in my recollection, it's not. And so I was curious why it would be 3% for both if like I don't think that ELA and math is the same if I remember correctly.
The same in terms of like the achievement?
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, they're not the same.
Yeah.
Do you mean like the scores themselves are the same? When you say the gap, I'm not
I
sure.
meant like, and
Why is it 3% in each one? Like,
like it say like,
Interesting.
and these are not real numbers, but like the math gap is a little bit more than the ELA gap.
I understand.
Would we want to consider a 4% or a 2% for the other one? You know, like it feels random to just say 3% for
Yeah,
both.
we could look at that.
Yeah. And if you have a thought process on it, that's
Sure.
fine, but just something to think about. And then I think mine are more macro, so I'll follow up with you on a couple just like stat questions and
Okay.
whatnot. Any other questions from the committee? Okay, thank you, Rob.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is citizens' comments. Thank you. Sarah?
So thank you guys. Even just listening to you for the past hour, it hits me how much work you all do and how intricate it is and how much detail goes into all of it. So I'm just going to take a few minutes. I have a graduating senior. We've been here since second grade, Fishing Cove, WMS, EMS, and NK, HS. My son is a person of color, and he is also someone with learning differences. So he sort of hits a lot of at-risk groupings. He's had an amazing experience through the years here in terms of individual connections with adults that he has built over the years that I think will serve him, you know, through his life, like real strong connections with a couple key coaches, administrators, and teachers. But outside of that, he's had a lot of issues with bias. He's big and brown and has a learning difference. So starting from, he grew about a foot between 6th and 7th grade, and I just watched his whole life change. And I don't blame anyone specifically, I just think that there's a knee-jerk reaction to young men when they get big and they're clumsy, and being a person of color on top of it, and having some learning differences added to it. So you got this 12-year-old that looks like he's 16, but he's acting like he's 10. And I just urge you guys, it's a wonderful school system. There's so many good things happening here. But the implicit bias training, I think, would take a lot of guesswork out for some of the teachers. My son has had teachers come to him and tell him that they're afraid of him, and he's had to talk them through it. It's kind of backwards. I think they need it. Not every person of color is coming from the same socioeconomic background. They're not coming from the same struggles. They are completely different individuals. And I know that it can work because my son's very active as a peer partner in the life skills classroom. And he has had zero problems there. The adults love him. He feels respected. His whole body language changes. The hood comes off. The AirPod comes out that he's not supposed to have. Everyone that sees him in there is amazed, which is also kind of heartbreaking because I know him. He's always that person. He just hides it in the mainstream because he feels like he has to. And I think that just comes from a varying kind of way that he's dealt with. Sometimes it's smooth, sometimes it's great, and then sometimes when he least expects it, he'll run into trouble with subs. He'll run into trouble with adults he doesn't know. I could use both my hands to show you how many adults have seen him cry. Big 6'2" boy. It's worth it, you know? SK does it, Barrington does it. I think of Barrington as kind of like a peer public school system in terms of the excellence and the goals and the effort that everybody puts in to make it wonderful. And I think this will help. I don't think it will fix it, but I think it would help. I think at least 90% of the problems he's had over the last 6 years were really misunderstandings that had the adult maybe been able to read it a little bit better, would have de-escalated instead of escalated. And I think the overall result of that is he would have played basketball. He would have been more involved. He wouldn't have some of the identity issues that make him wonder, like, you know, is college for me? Maybe I'm not smart enough. Maybe I'm, you know, he's looking at some of the behaviors of other kids of color in the district, and that hurts and confuses him too. He doesn't really have anyone that he feels like he can talk to about that, or the language around it. So I urge you guys to do this. I think it will help, and we're done. That was my last kid, so we're off. But I think you guys, you know, this is a wonderful, well thought out place, and this is an aspect that also deserves to be well thought out. And I'm around if anyone ever wants to talk about it. So thank you.
Thank you. Laura?
Hello. First of all, that was incredibly powerful and so incredibly difficult to come after. And very beautiful in your tribute to the school. And I feel the same way about this school. I love this school district, and I think it does amazing things. And so I'm here with all of that gratitude and all of that appreciation, just to, you know, suggest and express my hope that as we pursue all of these strategic goals that we have for next year to continuously make improvement, that we are including the teachers and making sure that we are giving them what they need as the fundamentals, in addition to try new things. My name's Laura Bateman. I'm the parent of an elementary school student both at Stony Lane and also at Fishing Cove. I've written some correspondence with the administration about some research-based questions that I think has been a really great exchange, and thank you for that. So I don't want to retread any of that. I hope it goes into any decisions that get made about ways forward for next year, particularly about closing classrooms. From the superintendent down to, you know, the most junior part-time custodian that we may have hired, every role in this district is critically important. And it's not actually, you know, a hierarchical ladder, it's more of a circle. And everything is reinforcing and helping everything else. And at the center of that circle, I see our students and our teachers, because every organization has a mission, and here in this district, I would say that most people would agree the primary mission is student achievement. And the student achievement is primarily addressed through those interactions that are happening in the classroom. And when I say teachers, I mean that expansively. The teacher aides, the service providers, the interventionists, everyone that's handling that teacher. And so, like most organizations with a mission, there's also a lot of support built into that mission. So that's where you have administration and facilities and nutritionists and all those other things that are making the school and the district run. All of those things are necessary, and the value that they bring is to the extent that they add value in the core of that circle, to the extent that they're contributing to what's going on in the classrooms and benefiting student achievement. So essentially, I would say no program, no matter how well-intentioned and no matter how well it runs, a support program is only as good as it is benefiting, you know, that goal and that mission. And our teachers, not to go back to military analogies, but I always do, they're the tip of the spear. They're there at the point of friction. They're the ones executing the district's mission, supported by everyone else. So before we reduce anything at the tip of the spear, especially something as fundamental as class sizes in classrooms, I do hope that we are concrete sure that we are reducing it with something that is going to sharpen it to the extent that it's worth it. And by that I mean something that's not theoretical, something that we have reason to believe is going to be a worthwhile trade-off in terms of durability and in terms of you know, not theoretical benefit, but concrete benefit in our specific district and at scale to make it make sense. it's a really hard job, and it's a testament to the hard work of everyone here and everyone out in our districts, how wonderful the school district is. And just love it here so much. And I'm so glad I got to be here when Ms. Michelle Corbin was getting her retirement recognition, because wow, you want to talk about, she changed our family's life. There's a great example. My daughter's lifelong trajectory is higher than it would have been for having Michelle Corbin there. These teachers make an incredible difference. They put their heart and souls into it. We all want to support them. I hope they're included in how we're doing all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, those are the two I have signed up. Anyone else for citizen comment? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is the superintendent report. Dr. Duca?
Yes. I have some things I want to note that have been on in the district over the past 2 weeks. One, we had the ribbon cutting celebration for our newest CT program at the high school. That's our Machinists and Defense CT program, which is a partnership with Electric Boat. We had that ribbon cutting last week. We were right at the D building where the classrooms are outside. It was an excellent, memorable celebration of talking about the program, the reason why we're bringing more programs to the high school that are career focused for our students and to meet the needs of all the students that we have. We had representatives from the town there, town council, school committee. U.S. Senator Jack Reed was there, and he spoke as a supporter. We had other local representatives as well, and our business partners and our partners in the industry that are supporting our program, specifically from Electric Boat, that are there as the experts to help train our teachers and our staff. And I want to recognize Rick Powell. Rick, who is one of our science and engineering teachers, he really spearheaded this, really did a lot of the work for the past 5 years, bringing it forward. In the past 2 years, especially coming here, working with school committee for approval for the program. So thank you to the school committee for supporting it, because this is a really important program that we're putting in place for our students. With the partnership of Electric Boat and the success, we also had one of our students, Jack, who was there, and he spoke on behalf. And then we got to see it. Some of you were there, you got to see exactly what they'll be doing. And we had representatives from RIDE and the state level who are very impressed with the work that we're doing here in the district, and they are encouraging us to do more around careers, because not everyone goes up to college. We see tonight, college, military, and we have to make sure that our students are career ready. So it's an important program we have and important skills that we're putting out there. I want to recognize another high school teacher, Lisa Garcia. Lisa is a math teacher at our high school, and she was recently announced that she received the Emilio de Robio Award. It's an award for math teachers, and this award was given to her in recognition of her as a math teacher, and it's a true reflection of her lifelong dedication and leadership and impact that she has had as a math educator at North Kingstown High School, locally and across the state as our district teacher of the year. Her passion for supporting students, advancing innovative programming, and creating opportunities for learners at all levels has left a lasting mark on our school community. And the work she has had at the local and state level has helped many students build confidence and pathways within math for their future success. So congratulations to Mrs. Garcia for that award. I also want to recognize a high school student. Today I had the honor to recognize Alondra Robles. Alondra is a senior at North Kingstown High School. And today at our superintendent's meeting, the state superintendent's meeting, we presented high school students across the state with the Rising Star Scholarship. And Alondra was the recipient from North Kingstown High School. And I had the honor of presenting her with that scholarship this morning with her and her mom. And Alondra embodies the qualities of this award, which represents resilience, determination, creativity, and perseverance. And throughout her time at North Kingstown High School, she has excelled as both a student and an artist. She's been involved in our composting and recycling program and challenged herself academically by attending CCRI's Running Start program, where she completed college coursework while finishing her high school requirements and earned a graphic design certificate during her high school career. This fall, Alondra will attend the Rochester Institute of Technology, where she will pursue a dual degree in new media design and computer science. So congratulations to Alondra as North Kingstown High School's 2026 RISA Rising Star Scholarship recipient. Probably can go on and on about more staff and students as well. Just want to update the committee and the community for summer construction. We are moving forward this summer with the replacement of part of the high school roof. I say part because we're not replacing the entire high school roof right now. We are doing the roof that is over the auditorium, the CTE wing, and the gymnasium. That is the part of the roof that needs replacement at this time. So we are on timeline, as Mr. Mezzanotte mentioned it earlier. We're on our timeline of doing that as part of our capital improvement projects. That project will start as soon as the school year ends, so our last day of school is June 18th, so we are working with our architect and our vendors. Martone Construction is the contractor who will be doing the work, and then they'll be working alongside with Peregrine, who's our OPM for overseeing the project, and that is planned to be finished by the last week in August to make sure that everything's done and our high school is ready to be open. So that's the first of many CIP projects that we are starting. So, and then Mr. Mezzanotte is going to just provide an update on curriculum and the instructional rounds.
Sure. So, thank you, Dr. Duva. So, as I mentioned before, I started talking a little bit about the instructional rounds. We were excited that this is a process that began this spring in terms of it at the middle school and high school level. We are hoping, we're intending to expand the process going into future years. So, just again, a brief description. Instructional rounds are focused classroom observations that exist for the purpose of gathering evidence related to an identified problem of practice. And so the problem practice that we identify for the rounds have to do with levels of student engagement with cognitively demanding tasks. And we talk about how we are empowering students and how we are collecting evidence to show students in relation to the goals that we're setting, and also analyzing that evidence using a protocol and providing feedback so that teachers can grow and learn from one another. And again, this was conducted at both the high school and both middle schools in the spring, and we're looking to carry that practice forward into next year. Secondly, I want to mention Building Thinking Classroom, which is another instructionally focused initiative that we have begun. Building Thinking Classroom is a research-based instructional model that focuses on centering student thinking with every lesson and every learning task. And this model is based on research of Peter Lillijal. It provides teachers with specific instructional approaches and strategies that increase student engagement and increase student cognitive demand. And a team of NK educators this year participated in professional development around Building Thinking Classroom. It was organized through the Partners of Educational Leadership, which was done as part of a cohort of neighboring districts, including Narragansett, Barrington, and others, who worked together with us in bringing this practice forward and collaborating with us. And this year, the focus, to start kind of more of a narrow focus, was on secondary mathematics teachers, but we are looking to, again, expand that more to include more grade levels and more subject areas in future years. So, that's it.
Okay. So, any questions regarding the superintendent report?
So, is it just the secondary math classes that are going to be doing that Building a Thinking Classroom?
That was who started it this year.
Okay.
We're looking to expand it moving forward to more.
You can put it on as an agenda item for a future meeting.
Okay. I'm not clear on the answer to that question.
So what do you, so
in the interest of superintendent report, why don't we put it on for the next agenda? We can talk about it in depth, just because.
I'll follow up with you separately. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't, it really just be questions. I don't think it needs to be an agenda item or.
Yeah, I'll just follow up with that.
Yeah, I think just the point with the superintendent report is kind of just a report out.
Got
So.
it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions about the report? Right. Perfect. Okay. Moving on to routine items. So I'll make a motion to seal the executive minutes from today, and I'll disclose that there were no votes taken in executive session. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And then we have the consent agenda. Would anyone like to exempt anything from the consent agenda before we make a motion?
D3, 4, and E2.
Okay, any others? Okay, hearing none, can I get a motion for the consent agenda with D3, 4, and E2 pulled out?
So moved.
Second. Okay, any discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And then let's go back to D3. Can I get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to move up E2.
Say it again.
Make a motion to move up E2.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so we'll move up E2. Can I get a motion for that, please?
Make a motion to approve.
There's a second. Okay. Any discussion? I will just clarify, on the AP is assistant principal, just for the clarification's sake, just in case people are following acronyms. Any other discussion?
Can we go sit? Just welcome. Oh, sure.
No worries. Okay, so we have the motion on the table for approval. Can I, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Dr. Dewar?
So it's my pleasure to announce the appointment of Tammy McNeese to the position of Assistant Principal of Woodford Middle School effective July 1. We're thrilled to bring Ms. McNeese on board. She has extensive experience in school leadership. She possesses a deep and diverse array of skills that will translate very well to the position. We're really looking forward to bringing her on board to our team at Whitford, and congratulations.
Congratulations. Welcome. Always wondered who were you guys.
Good, just for the public to see. Welcome, Tammy.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to our
Thank you
Kingstown.
very
We're
much.
excited to have you. And,
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Also, was a past coach of ours.
Yes.
Welcome back.
Yes. Thank you very much. I'm very excited.
Congratulations. We're excited to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so, and same thing, you're welcome to stay, but also we will not be insulted if you leave. You know, people have very busy lives this time of year. Okay, moving on to.
I'll make a motion to discuss D3.
Thank you.
Second.
So I have a question on this. This did not come up during the discussion on the Aspen renewal.
Yes.
And I was wondering why. There seems like a pretty big disconnect between this software and that software.
Yeah, so it was something that we looked at after, and Dr. Sanders here, she could talk about it specifically to be used with IEPs and for that program there. And I believe there's other things. So, Dr. Sanders, if you don't mind just coming up to the mic and talk about the program.
Because I guess my question was, like, if there is a big gap in Aspen where we need to buy an additional piece of software, why was that not identified?
Yeah, so I don't know if I would say it's a gap, but it's just this program. I want her to speak of it,
Okay.
but also to just so everyone knows, when we did look at it, there's no cost difference. Like the Aspen comes with the IEP piece, no matter what. It's part of the package. We can't. Doesn't change the can't change the price. So if you have it or not, it's there. Just Rachel found a better program.
Yeah. So it did come after any conversation about Aspen, and actually it came to us through Relay, who are the folks that help us with our Medicaid reimbursement. And they said, listen, we have brought upon this new product. We are working already with one school in the district, and we would like to work with you. And I will say, well, they're also working with Block Island and Jamestown. It is very different. See, Aspen was built to be a student management system. So it was built to collect data, to addresses, grades, and all that. And then they sort of retrofit it to create like the IP module that's within it, and they created a 504 module, and they create other modules within it. But they weren't designed from the ground up to do for that very purpose. I will say it was a big step up. You know, originally when I was working here, we hand wrote our IEPs, and then we got TyNet. And then we got Aspen, which was a step up from TyNet. This is like a huge leap above what Aspen can do. We don't have the capability of many things, including electronic signatures immediately through that. We have to buy PandaDocs in order to do electronic signatures, and we only buy a few licenses. Not everyone has access to that. If we want to translate an IEP, we have to use a special device, or we have to get it hand translated page by page, which is very cumbersome. So it's just not a great system to work.
I hear that. I think my question was, why was the shortfalls in Aspen for this particular process not noted when we were given the renewal?
Because we could have made some different choices, or at least
or at least had that presented to us. I hear that maybe this particular piece of software was not in your viewpoint, but the fact that there were dissatisfactions with the IEP process in Aspen was not mentioned.
I think no, that's completely accurate. I think we didn't realize there's so many great products out there that did a better job. I'll be very honest. I was not aware that the robustness of what we could do. If we were just going to replace it with something that kind of does the same thing, I don't want it, something clunky. But when we were presented with the ability to do dashboards and all these really kind of cool things that we cannot do with Aspen, it's just not capable of doing it. It's not because they don't want to do it. It just can't. That seemed like a great option. And when I'm buying other little components to make something work, and we're doing all these different things by hand, which is very time consuming, like spreadsheets for compliance, and I put in my memo things like that. That this seems like a better deal.
Where is the funding for this coming from?
This is coming from not paying for Panda Docs, not paying for.
I'm asking specifically where it's coming from.
Leslie?
So what Jen is getting at is you have funds that
Yep.
would have gone towards other products.
Correct.
You're not going to purchase those products.
Correct.
So it's coming through your
The
budget
Panda Docs, and I'm not paying for a
So is
translation.
this coming from a grant or is this coming from the operating?
No, it came from, I believe it came from general fund. Sorry, no, I believe half of it was in the translating software, was in our CRP, and the other half was in general funds.
So it's helpful if that information is noted when this stuff comes before us, so that we know where the funding is coming from. So
Would it be detrimental if we do, but just to table this for one meeting so we can get some of that backup documentation?
Sure. I mean, is it something that the two of you could, like, is it just looking through the budget and identifying the lines?
Yeah,
So
that's
are you
all it
saying,
is.
so Dr. Tanner, you're saying you had stuff before we used to kind of go with Aspen, and this now is going to be all together to
Correct.
make it
So I don't
sort of
have to purchase
easier
other things.
other
Correct.
things.
Yeah. Yep.
And then my last question was, we're signing a 3-year contract for a brand new piece of software,
Mm-hmm.
and you're comfortable with that?
I am comfortable with that because it takes 3 to 5 years really to implement something well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just would like to know where the funding
Sure.
is coming from.
Yeah. Yeah, we can do that. I'll find the line items. It's all things that we're currently paying for.
If it's all coming from the operating budget, that's enough of an answer for me. I don't need to know the specific lines, but there's no funding source listed. So
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know
all
if this
it's
is
all
grant
coming
funds
from
or
what.
operating budget.
Yeah, we're right now paying for additional items that I don't have to now buy because this will do all that for us.
I
if
hear
that
that,
makes
but
sense.
I also heard you say CRP was some of it, so I'm just looking for clarification.
CRP.
Is it all coming from CRP?
No, it's not all coming from the CRP, and I can't tell you if I can even do a portion of it from the CRP right now because we're at a deficit in the CRP. We got less funding than last year, so it will come from operating budget, but not the things that we're currently buying that we have to buy every year, like Panda Docs and things like that. Yeah. But when I give you the backup, I'll tell you exactly where it's coming from.
All right, so let's do a motion to table.
It's fine.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Oh, thanks, Rachel.
Yeah. Well, I think you have a question on the next one, so I was going to stay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Can I get, wait, hold on, let's do a motion to that, please. Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Wait, go ahead, Jen.
So it was similar, there's no funding source listed, so I wanted to know where the money was coming from.
I thought I had put in there that the Teach Town is usually paid for through the
You said
CRP.
usually, that doesn't mean that this one is coming from it.
I'm anticipating it's coming right from the CRP.
Okay, so it, again, like usually doesn't mean that this one is, so I'm looking for confirmation that it is coming from the CRP. And then the contract date is from last year?
Yes,
Why is that?
because they're actually giving us a bargain. They're giving us a deal for
But it
this
hasn't-
coming this year.
It's expired.
And
It's already
it
expired.
starts July 1 for us so that we have it for the summer for Teach Town.
What's attached is.
Contract
25,
June
26.
26.
It ended.
Oh, do you think they put the wrong dates?
Yeah, it's not. I can fix that with Teach Town.
Okay, so
It's not
we'll make a
ours.
motion to
I might
change
have added the wrong one to you.
I just wanted to answer your question because I actually had a similar question when you said historically. Actually, last year the memo said that it came out of general funds. So
No, it actually came from CRP funds.
okay, good. Just so you know that the memo says something different. From
Sorry
last
about
year.
that.
No, that's okay.
That's my error.
It-
No,
that's okay.
it got a little confusing because the first year that we had it, this is our third year that we've had Teach Town. This is the curriculum for our kids with more severe disabilities. The first year it came from ESSER, right? Then the next year we thought it was in general budget, but I ended up putting it in the CRP. But again, I probably did that in an amendment. And then this year, we're planning to put in the CRP. It's a hard question to answer because we're still working on the CRP at a $44,000 deficit. And I have a couple questions that Leslie and I have to figure out as to what I swap out of there. But my intention is to put it in there. It's a perfect item to put into the CRP. But I can confirm that with you and send you a memo.
Yeah, because it's just, I mean, it's, we can't approve anything if we don't know where the money's coming from. So,
Well,
even if you change it after, that's between you and Leslie, but like, when it comes to us, it should have a funding source.
I think I understand that, and I was trying to attempt to give you that. I think where it gets very complicated at this time of year with the CRP is what can fit in there and what cannot. So, and I also can't let this lapse because then we don't have it for ESY. So it became a timing issue. Like I want to get this out here
so
while
we-
I'm trying to build this while I'm trying to get approval.
So if we do it June 16th.
No, that'd be
With the
plenty of
funding, you'll
time,
have it.
as long as I can have it for July 1. It's electronic, so they can turn it on and off. That's not a big deal. But I was trying to front load and get everything, because last year I felt like I was too last minute.
Yeah, I think just on that document you mentioned, just something, it's probably something that Kingstown needs to do, because it said
Yeah,
the
okay.
created date of 5/18/26, so it's not like you uploaded last year's, but then it looks like there's incorrect dates within it, so just maybe
I'll
follow
ask
up
them to
with them.
fix it, yeah.
No worries, we just
Yeah.
need to make sure it's accurate.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so can I get a motion to table that one, please? Unless
I
there's
hadn't
any
read it all
questions?
to sign it yet anyway, so I wasn't going to. I was more worried about the amount.
Yep, no.
Okay, table it.
To table.
Second.
I think you should like me coming to
All those
school
in
committee
favor?
meetings.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
That was okay, is that all of the ones from consent?
Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel.
Yeah, sure.
Moving on to, reports, item A. Do you have any questions or?
I did.
Sure. Do you want, does the administration want to say anything before the school committee has questions?
Well,
Or?
I'm just saying, we're in progress, so this was, sorry, I just like blinked out while I started talking. This was, sorry, this was, not on my mind
Okay,
tonight.
doing okay.
This was brought to us last year, right before I went out for my back surgery, through the DEI advisory committee to task us with doing an audit through our buildings. And so then it got started late and we had some changes in staffing that was here. So we finally got to it. We're almost done, but we wanted to provide an update to the committee so they know where we are with it. So been working with Bridget and with our facilities and our principals doing the walkthroughs and documenting everything through the buildings, looking at first just the infrastructure of the buildings, looking at ADA accessibility, looking at safety for students and staff in the buildings, looking at how buildings are set up to be welcoming for our families and our students and our staff in the buildings, looking at it through a lens of equity and inclusion, looking at what do we have within our buildings and our classrooms so that when our students come in, our staff come in, they see themselves in what we have, curriculum, visuals, looking at what we just have that show that as well as those that attend the building. So we have 2 more buildings to do that we're doing next week. We will put together a final report. We are taking pictures of evidence of what we're seeing, as well as pictures of things that need to get fixed. It was really beneficial that we're going through it with our maintenance staff, because as we saw stuff that might be more of immediate, they were taking notes to put work orders in and get that done as well. So our goal is to have these reports completed, be able to come back, share the reports, and have those action items of what we need to work on over the next year. So some of it will have a financial impact, obviously, and we'll have to work that through with our capital, projects and what we're doing. But we're making, I think, really good gains, and we're learning a lot and seeing a lot too, and seeing the difference between each buildings and what is going well, what we can do more of as well. I don't know. Is there anything you want to add to that, Bridget, or? So.
Any questions regarding that?
I just had one question on next steps. Is this something that will be or should be, or you're thinking of sending over to the building advisory committee once the reports are done,
So
or is this just administrative level?
So I mean, really, we're working on administrative things that don't have large price tickets. We're working on right now.
Okay.
Things that are going to be bigger projects, we will bring to the building advisor as well, just because it has to be part of any other capital improvements that we're doing in future years as well. But certain things that we might note that need to be done now that we know within our budget, we're looking at how we can do, or things that just our maintenance staff can go in and fix.
Which just made me think of this. Will you have plans in place so that by the time we have to go to asset management, which typically happens like around,
So,
in the
yeah,
first
so
quarter.
that's anywhere from like November, January, February, we have to submit something.
Right.
Yeah, we would have that by then.
Okay.
Thank you for this summary. It's really comprehensive, and I appreciate that. I just want to reiterate what I had said to Rob about what it's being called, because it's not a DEI facility equity audit. It is an accessibility and inclusion audit. And I just want to reframe for everybody what the actual request was. It was a request to implement a district-wide facility audit to assess building conditions, safety, accessibility, and cultural inclusivity across all sites. The request was the audit include evaluations of infrastructure, ADA compliance, visual representation, and the inclusivity of learning environments. The committee recommends involving school-based educators in the process, as well as including individuals with lived experience to ensure diverse perspectives are represented. So that was the framing for the request, and I think you hit on most of them, but I did wonder, did anybody in the walkthroughs have experience with accessibility audits and or lived experience in that area?
So, no.
Okay.
No, we didn't. We did it just with our staff because we were going in and doing that. But we are in conversations with someone right now that wants to help and
All right. And then the same thing would be, were there any diverse perspectives represented on the walkthrough?
I guess how would you?
I was just going to say that we did have a meeting between Bridget and the Special Ed Advisory Committee to talk about different accessibility, and they actually provided a tool that we might potentially use to do an even more thorough walkthrough. It's also been a subject of some CLAC where students talking about accessibility, so I do feel like they've had some input, and we'll continue to ask them for more input. We want to make sure to ask the TAs, because there's an issue that just came up with certain chairs not fitting through the doors and electronic wheelchairs and things like that not quite fitting properly.
Yeah, that was a big discussion, making sure that we talk to the building-based people, because they're the ones who are living it like regularly, and they know like, oh, I have to hold my elbow here, and like things like that. Like I'm talking about, were there any people of color who walked through the buildings? Because like they are the ones who would be able to see, like, do they see themselves represented? And I can't answer that. You can't answer that. So like I think that's important.
So no, I mean it was.
Well, I mean, and that matters because that's what this is intended to be for. You mentioned a checklist that you're using.
Yes.
Is it possible for you to provide that?
So what we're going to do is we're going to take that checklist and that'll be part of the report.
Okay.
So.
I did see the curb cuts at the high school. That's awesome. I appreciate that you got right on that. Like that's important. And so I do see the work that's being done. And I'm looking forward to see where the rest of this goes. So thank you for acting on it. And I know it took a while, but I feel like we're making progress.
And I do just want to note like what you were saying, like that part of the checklist was looking at that, and we did note where in schools there were visuals, or if it was books that were being used, or just pictures of the students. We did look at that to see, is it a diverse representation? Yeah. So that was very clearly part of what we were doing. I didn't have anyone that was a person of color.
Yeah.
The principals participated with it, and we did note of what do we see hanging up on the walls. So, and we do have, especially and when you do this, elementary schools have a lot more on their walls as visuals than once you get to high school.
Yeah.
And that's just part of your school, elementary, middle, high school. And there's a lot at the elementary schools, especially that's curriculum related, that shows diversity that's in the classroom. Some schools have a lot of pictures of their students, because what I noted and shared with principals, pictures of your students hanging up in the school, or every school has an LCD screen. That right there, the more you put, the kids are seeing themselves. Make sure that's diverse. As you go up to middle school, you see less hanging. We have not done DMS yet. We did do Whitford, and we did the high school, and you see them less at the high school. What noted a lot at our middle school and high school was a lot more about mental health and those types of supports and seeing stuff out there. Obviously, the high school had a lot more because of the the student groups that they have.
Yep.
But you do see less visuals as you go from elementary to middle high school.
Yep.
But we talked about ways that you can do more of that, and especially using visuals of your student population.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next item, no financial reports, correct? Okay, we'll move on to C, for the advisory subcommittee reports, DEI.
The DEI subcommittee met last on May 20th. We spent the meeting discussing ways that the district can improve recognizing and addressing bias-based bullying, racial incidents, and marginalization of students. We talked about the need to begin education in this area at the elementary level and how it needs to become something that's embedded within the culture of the district. Our last meeting of this year is scheduled for June 10th, and we'll be reviewing resources related to this topic at that time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions regarding that? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to policy.
The Policy Advisory Committee last met on May 26th. We were joined by Sam Bradner, the OPM for the district CIP projects, who explained the need for a revision to our purchasing policy to allow the superintendent to approve change orders related to those projects in an amount larger than the existing policy provides for. You'll see that change incorporated and on our agenda this evening. We also reviewed a newly revised combined grading policy. This policy has been reviewed and revised last year, ultimately being rejected by the school committee. Assistant Superintendent Mezzanotte took the feedback from that process and met with the teachers union to submit a new proposed revision, which the Policy Advisory Committee reviewed and is recommended back to us for approval. That policy is on our agenda this evening as well. Our last meeting of the school year is scheduled for Monday, June 8th.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for policy? Okay, moving on to CELAC. CELAC met on May 28th. In addition to receiving updates from Dr. Santa, as well as the Assistant Director of Student Services and the Early Childhood Supervisor, they had some open discussions regarding things that they were concerned about and wanted to discuss. One was about unified sports, asking questions regarding how the district can increase acknowledgement of unified athletes, thoughts on invitations to banquets, awards, publicizing the games, etc. And so they are looking for a solution to address the unintended oversight. So they had a discussion about that and some takeaways there. They also talked about their CELAC meetings for next year. As you saw at their last, when they came and presented to us, they've been very busy and active, which is phenomenal, and they want to keep up that momentum for the families in the district. They talked about space options, if they wanted to continue to meet here, if they wanted to go to other spaces, and also talked about childcare at those spaces to allow more families to come. Considered the library as well as some of the schools. And they're also going to work with their calendar to see if they could do some earlier start times, perhaps at 6. Currently, they meet pretty consistently at 6:45. They also talked about CELAC engaging with kindergarten families, connecting with families at the kindergarten orientations that are held over the summer. They did go on the road for their Cafe Connections, and they went to Kings Grant to try to meet families there. And then they also talked about the accessibility audit that we just discussed, as well as some transportation issues, looking for some actionable solutions, especially with communication with the folks that are on the buses and the families' needs. They'll have a table at Pride, I think this weekend that event is happening, and they'll be working over the summer for some plans. And then at the very end, one of their members did a mindful practice for caregivers and did a very nice job with that. She is a therapist, I believe, by trade. And if you need some mindfulness practice, it is taped, and it was very lovely. So you can watch the CELAC meeting, and at the end you will get some bonus self-care. And that is it from CELAC. Any questions?
Can I ask for the budget agenda item to be moved up?
Sure. Can I get a motion to move D up? Thank you. Can I get a second for that?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we'll take D next. Can I get a motion for D, please?
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay, go ahead.
Leslie. Thank you for moving that up. So we just have to formally approve the final budget based on the award that was given from the town and the approval from the town budget. The document that you were presented has, you have seen it prior in 2.0. So nothing is really different in it, but we do need to formally approve it. So the numbers and the the expenses and the revenues align with what the town has and what we had discussed with the joint meeting that we had with the town about the budget. And so we just need to formally approve the two numbers.
I'm sorry. This is the first time we have seen the revision since the town council meeting, correct?
So I had done the revisions that we made had the new medical numbers in it. It had all of the other changes. The only difference that we had was how the town was going to be handling the offset with the solar credits. And so that is represented in the budget that you have. That is the only change. Everything else was done, so it was just once that was approved and that was decided, that was officially made, and you have the final document, which will get posted on the website once it's approved.
We should have moved it, yep. Isn't that?
Oh, please don't say that.
Yeah, do we
The
need to,
solar
do we need
credit
to approve
item.
E before we can approve?
Yeah. It's okay. Jen will withdraw her discussion, and we'll hit that one first.
Actually,
And then
I
we'll
still
circle
have
back.
one more question of a discussion on this. So the state aid number that's in here, the preliminary numbers came out and they're different. What will happen with that?
So I looked at it because nothing is approved. We can't, and
Yeah.
we can't change anything. We have to go with what we have right now and what the town has. Once that's done, I will take the new numbers and assess how it's going to impact the budget, and then those will have to come before you, and we'll have to have a conversation because the town will obviously. I mean, they could make adjustments. I don't think they will, but we'll assess like where the differences have come. In my first look at it, it looks like the majority of the changes are coming with that non-public transportation offset, which don't impact the budget at all because it's a pass-through. So that looked where the majority of the changes looked like that's where it was coming from. But I have to wait till we get the final one. But it'll come before you again if there are changes.
That was my question. Like, what is the process? I knew we couldn't change it for this, but I
Right.
didn't know what the process was.
Dr. Dube just pointed out, at least that with the energy solar credits, the town's already approved that.
Right, they already approved it, it's within the budget, so I don't think you need to approve the MOU before approving the budget, because the town already approved giving those funds in the budget that we're approving right now. You're just approving an MOU saying that there's this agreement of how we are transferring the funds moving forward.
Assuming you like it.
Assuming you like
I
it.
haven't, yeah, I don't know.
If you don't, we're gonna lose money.
No, I understand that. We just haven't talked about it or discussed it as a committee. That's all I
But
was
the town
saying.
already did approve within their budget to put those solar credits there, so you don't need to approve the MOU to approve the budget. That's already been approved by the town to
Yep.
give us those funds, which is in the
Understood.
budget we're discussing now.
Yep.
Just
What
trying to
line's
save
that
time.
on, Leslie?
It is, if you're looking in the PDF, it is in the facilities line under electricity. So probably about halfway down the facilities page, maybe 2/3 of the way down. I don't.
It's okay. That's
yeah.
good. I did not expect you to say that from memory.
Packet page 692.
Leslie Ann, what is the as of date, as of on the year to date on the budget? The as of date?
So the as of date for the year to date is what it was from the time of the original budget meeting. Because we used it as kind of like a control number.
So that's like back in February?
Yep.
Okay.
Is there a way to note that? Just because I do feel like I had that same question and I was concerned about some numbers and thought, so I think maybe just noting that somewhere on the main page or.
So on the document, the actual like non-PDF document that you have in your packet, there is a underneath it says aligns to GL with the date on it, but when I do the PDF for the public, I take off all of my extraneous notes. So I apologize. I'll just leave that in next time. But I usually have like agrees with general ledger and what the date is that it comes from.
Yeah,
so
that
I'll just
would
put that in.
be helpful.
When I post it online, I'll make sure that that's included.
Did anyone have what page, Jen? 690.
692.
Okay. Other questions regarding this? Okay. So to Dr. Duba's point, I think we probably can vote to amend this, and then to Leslie's point, we will see it again when we get the number from the state officially.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, thank you for doing this, Leslie. Any other discussion?
No.
Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now going back up to A.
Make a motion to discuss.
Can I call a point of order,
Sure.
Andrew? My understanding from the memo I read about this and the fact that we'd already discussed this in December 16th of last year, was that this was just a report out. And Dr. Juva gave us the information on how this was going to be addressed so that we were in compliance with state law.
Are you referring to A, just so I'm
A.
sure?
So my question is there an actual action item where this should be under unfinished business? Are we voting on anything as a school committee?
We don't, first, I mean, to be under unfinished business, you don't necessarily have to vote on it, could just be a discussion, but let me just pull the statute really quick to let you know.
It probably should have just been in the report out, like superintendent's report.
Yeah, so I guess the only, as I read, I mean, it's a mandatory statute that they all have these products, so I don't know exactly why it's on there, if it's on there because there's a question about it.
Am I allowed to, can I
Can we
make a motion to
why don't we
discuss?
just make a motion to discuss and then we'll figure out what.
So I
Okay,
make a
so-
motion to discuss?
Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, so I asked for this to be put on the agenda because it had been raised in December, the issue that we were out of compliance. And it's June and we're still out of compliance. And so I'd like to know why it's taken 6 months to get us in compliance for a law that's been in effect since 2022.
Can I
Well,
also say,
we've
I do think
discussed-
that
I'm
kids
not-
also destroy them sometimes. Like, I think sometimes we
I mean,
could be in compliance and then.
It's twofold too. There are schools that don't have them in the bathroom, and out of the state law, they're supposed to be in the bathroom.
So as I discussed, Jen, at our last meeting,
Yep.
why they weren't in the bathrooms, there was concerns from our staff, specifically our nursing staff at the elementary level, of having these products in the elementary school bathroom. And they were provided to students if they needed them in the nurse's clinic because of safety reasons, or somebody was having it there. We also had issues where kids were going in the bathroom and playing with them. Some of them were broken. Those are the reasons why at the elementary school, it was kept in the clinic.
But it's a state law that they be kept
I
in the bathroom.
understand it's a state law,
Yep.
but we had some issues that we had to deal with
Yep.
locally as administrators, and that's why we had to do it. The products were still in the building. That's why, so that was the why.
Right.
Then we had to order them, which we had to do, and we're still waiting on a few of the machines, a few of the dispensers to come in, right? So I have a report to you. One was installed yesterday, the others are coming in this week. So by the end of this week, every school should have we bought new dispensers for every single school, because some are broken. Every school will have them. There were memos says where they are, so by the end of this week, everything will be in, and they are stocked. We also have made sure with ABM, they are ordering the products, so that goes to our custodial services to make sure that we have the products in place.
Okay. And do you understand that having elementary school students have to go to the nurse office and ask for these products could put students in an uncomfortable position?
As a father of 3 female students, yes.
Okay, so I hope that they are back in the bathroom and not in the nurse's office.
They are, but there
Okay.
were safety concerns and
Yeah.
but yes.
Why is DA not listed on here?
That might be just a they know were purchased. Hold on one, I can go back.
And that was my other question. Are
Because-
these in addition to the ones already in place?
There's one in place.
No, but Jen's asking, so it's saying, like Hamilton has 2, is there now, the ones that are, is it in addition to, or is that what you were asking, Jen?
Yeah, I can go back and find the email that I had that referenced where we were in the progress, because I had updated info from when I submitted that, so.
So these are in addition to the ones currently in the buildings, or the complete list of the ones in the building?
Do you want to come up, Bridget, just so the, it does reference DA, Jen, in the bottom part too. It says that the writing of this memo, all district buildings except Cohasset and the D building, oh no, that's D, excuse
That's
me.
D building, not
Wrong.
DA.
Wrong DA. Nope, just kidding.
So Bridget Hayes, Director of Operations. I might add that since I've been here, the work that has been done has been to audit
buildings and identify which areas are in need of the dispensers and the receptacles. So I would imagine, I can double check, but
I have the email here. So as of this morning at 8:19, so I told you, like, we had, they're coming in, right, so we were waiting on, I think it was four more, I'm sorry, 6. So 1 got installed at Quinnesset last night, and then 3 more are coming in. They had to be ordered for Quid, and then 2 are going in DA.
Okay, so GA is not listed on.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's not listed there, but I have it in my email here that 2 are
We
going
just
in.
get that corrected and then we can re-upload it just for accuracy. Any other questions regarding this? Thank you, let's move on. Moving on to B.
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Dr. Dupa or?
Oh, sorry, I was writing notes down. So the momentum lease, you have a memo in there regarding the rental costs, and Dr. Santa provided to you just a summary of what office spaces in this area are charging right now, and I believe there's also a recommendation of what we would change the rental fee to for the upcoming school year.
Do we know where Momentum's other offices are located in the state?
I know they have one in Warwick.
Is that the only one?
I don't know for sure.
I'll Google. Seems like Warwick is the answer. Other questions? Okay, hearing none, it looks like there is a request for, do we need to vote on this one, Dr. Duba?
Well, this would just be.
I don't see the lease though. I just see the memo.
Do we have the lease?
Yeah, we have the lease.
It's not on this one, it's just the memo.
That was, we had it the last meeting.
643, Sherry.
No, but then Megan found in here more information.
Yeah, I don't think Sherry had it. Like, do you download yours like in advance?
I did like an hour before I got here, unless it was added after.
So scroll down. It's not there.
I don't know.
So I have the memo, but not.
Yeah.
And Sherry just is looking for the memo.
643, Sherry, in the packet, if that helps.
653?
643.
No, it's 653 on mine.
653, but mine is, I did an hour before, so it didn't even, there's an update. It just says office rental costs in South County.
The document was swapped out right before the meeting.
Oh, I don't have
well, that's why, sorry.
Yeah,
It's not here anymore.
Yeah, I don't have the
Oh,
other
really?
thing. No.
You don't have the memo?
No,
I
it
only
was
have
here
the
when I
memo.
looked at it this weekend, but it's not here anymore.
Okay, so either way, we don't have the lease, so thank you for the
That makes
update. Any comments, I guess, from the committee regarding the information that Dr. Santa provided?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okay, any other questions before we?
Okay, no, the memo is new because the other thing is not. Okay.
Actually, I don't have the updated memo either. So our recommendation is to, for the new lease, is to charge them $930 a month, which would be the $14 per square
Oh,
foot.
that's new.
So that is new, and it's not showing up for me either, and
It's showing up for me.
And I just opened this right before coming, like right before I
I
even
only
started.
have that memo, I don't have
So,
anything.
Yeah.
and I know
with that
Kristen had
said-
it, Kristen updated, but it's not showing here. But our recommendation moving forward is to charge Momentum $930 a month.
Okay.
And that was discussed with them, so they do know that there's.
And they were fine with that.
Yes.
Yeah, so we just need the.
So we'll just get the lease.
Yes.
The lease
For the
and
next
then.
time. I guess for
And
the
we had
interest
the
of time,
lease
any,
attached. The lease was attached, I believe, at the last.
well, let's get the revised one with the new price maybe for the next one, and then,
Yeah.
does anyone have any comments though regarding the rate? Like, I know that was an area of concern, so like before Rachel goes and puts together
The
the
school
lease,
committee
like.
comfortable
Well, the
with that.
comps have been attached,
Interested
but now
in
they're
these
gone, so I just
You
would
can't,
be
you
curious
can't,
to see.
Yes.
you can't see.
I can't see.
No, the comps are gone.
So I have it up on.
So.
But you don't have the new memo.
Right.
I don't have the,
So
no, the
we
new
either have
memo
one or
is-
the
so
other.
the new
Okay,
memo
so,
just has the
okay, so in the
recommendation
interest of
saying
time, why don't we
that
have
we
Dr.
would-
Duba email us that?
Okay.
If anyone has any questions, send them to Dr. Duba, and then we'll get the lease drafted, and it can come up as a future agenda item, and all three things can be attached, the lease, the memo, and the comps. But in the interest of time, just so that if the committee does have questions, email them that, and then they can let you know if they have any thoughts. Does that sound like a good plan? Great. Okay, so any other thing on that? All right, moving on to C.
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay, so everybody has biases. Implicit bias training is not about labeling staff as biased people or about assigning blame. It's about helping professionals understand how unconscious assumptions can influence interactions, expectations, discipline decisions, communication with families, and student experience. Just like we provide training in classroom management, mental health, special education, all sorts of things, we should also provide training in areas where increased awareness about internal biases can improve outcomes for students. Research consistently shows that students who feel safe, respected, and connected to their school community are more likely to engage academically and less likely to experience negative educational outcomes. Even unintentional bias can affect a student's sense of belonging. The equity audit that we had done identified implicit bias training as a priority recommendation. That recommendation was based on a review of district practices, data, and stakeholder feedback. Implicit bias training has been included in the superintendent's goals for the past 2 years. Students and families continue to tell us about bias-based incidents that occur and that affect their students and their own educational experiences. At some point, we have to move from acknowledging the fact that we have to do it to actually doing it. Implementing this training is a reasonable, professional, and overdue step towards ensuring that every student feels respected, supported, and able to succeed in our schools. So I'm going to make a motion to mandate that all district staff and administration receive in-person implicit bias training by the end of the 26-27 school year.
So I would like to speak on that, so you know what we're doing, because Mr. Mesnai and I, we met with a from CLE. So CLE, and that was the group that previously we had said we wanted to work with. So we met with them. They are putting together a plan for us. I told them that the way that we would like to go about this for the training, because it is about training everyone, but it's not about bringing the entire staff together in a room. Okay?
Yep.
So I just want to make sure that what you're saying, make sure we're on the same page of how we're going to do this. So we met with Donna Braun and Michelle Lee, and they're putting a plan together for us. We had said what we would like to see happen moving forward for this school year is to have a train-the-trainer model put in place. So we are training specifically working with our Equity School Belonging Community Engagement Coordinator and our administrators to do this training. They would be with us consulting on it, and then we bring that to the schools with all of the staff. And they're putting that plan together for us. I told them what our timeline is for this year to start doing that training with us over the summer. And then the way we would bring that into the schools would be through our faculty meetings, because we only have 4 PD days a year. And those 4 professional development days, we've already had to dedicate them to the MLL training, which goes along, I believe, with this, because we have to buy with RIDE, we have to train everyone in MLL. So our 4 professional development days are for that. But we also have contractually with our staff, the faculty meetings, and those could be used additionally to do some PD, and we can push it out in other ways as well. So the model will be a train-the-trainer model, working with them with our equity coordinator and our administrators, and then bringing that to all of our staff, working along with the consultants to do so.
So I have 2 things to say. I'm glad to hear that you've taken a step towards doing this. I have 2 concerns with that. One is I don't have confidence, I'm going to be perfectly honest, with the ability with people in this district to lead this training. Even with training from an outside.
That's disappointing to hear.
Yeah, well, it's the honest to goodness truth. There's been no, I don't have any, I don't think there's anything that's been shown that would give me that confidence. I would prefer that this training be done by professionals. I don't think training the trainer is going to get this done within a year.
And I will say, working with the professionals, they don't recommend that they come in And
I'm not recommending that you come and put the whole staff in a room either. I think it should be done in small group training by a professional.
And so those professionals will be working with us.
Yep.
So it's not that they come in and say goodbye. They would be working with us in the entire year, right, of doing that. Part of that would be, yes, training us as administrators, because you want to make sure your leaders are trained properly to do
If
this
they're
work.
conducting the training,
and then they would be coming and
as
doing
long
that
as they're
with
not
us
passing the
within
training
the
off to
schools
people
of making
within
sure
this
that we are
district to
doing
do the training. The other thing is, when we had a conversation about professional development for some other thing, I can't remember what it was stated that it is possible to do training within the school day by bringing subs in. And I think
and that's why I said faculty meetings, but then other means which we will develop.
Yeah. I'm not asking for
I'm going
any
to
kind
disagree.
of
I
thing.
do not think we should bring subs in, because subs are not, like, we have to have education be our top priority, and bringing a sub in then is now taking away from the child's education during the day. So I think what Dr. Duver and Mr. Mezzanotte are thinking works within a faculty meeting that isn't going to affect the kids during
I
the
don't
day.
think you can get the entire staff trained.
I disagree. And I also think it's not just training. I feel like maybe there's ways if kids do feel like something was said they didn't like, that they, report it through the, say something reporting system. And I think, maybe getting better saying, I think kids might think, oh, I'm only reporting if I see a kid doing something, but saying, no, like if a teacher says something that makes you uncomfortable, it's okay to report it, and then you would deal with it. Because I think things sometimes happen that are not intentional by great teachers. And if you told them, they would be very upset and want to correct it.
That's the point of this training.
I know, but you're thinking it's just the training. I also think
It's everything. This is just one piece of it that we've been talking about for 4 years.
You know what, Jen? You don't have kids in the district. I do.
You know,
so
I
I
had
just
kids
disagree
who
with
went
that.
through this
Can I
district.
I just wanted to say one thing, just because it's important to do training, right? No matter what that training is.
Oh, I agree.
Okay? And what we're talking about. Everyone's going to have their opinion on how they think the training should happen. Mr. Mezzanotte and I have been hired as the superintendent and assistant superintendent to lead this district, to provide professional development. You need to trust us with what we're doing. We have provided some implicit bias training in the past. It's been a struggle because we've had someone different in the position of the equity coordinator each year, and we've tried to do that. And every time someone comes in, they make steps towards that, and then that position is changed by another person coming in. That has been a challenge for us to do. It's not because we don't want to. It's not because we disagree at all. That has been a challenge. We have done some, and you need to recognize what we have done when Sally was here, when Allie was here, and what they did with our staff, and presenters we brought in. It's not that we disagree. It's not that we don't want to see it happen. We do. And we are going to move forward with that, and we are going to do the work. But that is our job, to put that professional development in place with how we think it's best, working with the consultant and working with our staff to make sure it gets done. And you need to trust us. You hired us to do that, to run this district.
Yeah. Just one question, Ken, about that. So on the document for your goals last year, it had said we were going to do implicit bias training for
And
the
we
staff by June
didn't.
26.
And what we did, we had something that was pushed out through the help, Sally, the first year, had done some of that work with us. And then this year, my goals were not approved until later, till December. So I've had, just saying, when my goals got approved, and now this is now 26. And there was a lot that we have done, and I don't mean implicit bias, I just mean when you dig out from December to now, right?
So I think
and I will recognize
what
that
I would be
we
curious
have
about, and
fully
it's not,
done that yet.
I very much, as you know, like, we are on the same team. What I would be curious about from the school committee perspective is what would help from like what the school committee has, right, in order to be able to achieve this. Because I don't disagree with Jen that it's been difficult, and I know that there's been some real reasons for that. It also does concern me when students and family members talk about, the bias and harm that they feel their students are going on. And I know you do. So what I'm genuinely curious on, what do we need to do? Is it a resource issue? Is it a time issue?
Let us bring the action plan forward that we get from CLE and share that with you and have you support that so we can put that in place. And we told I met with Donna and Michelle that we want to have a plan so we can start this summer.
And we are aware that all teachers took part in culturally responsive practices training, correct?
Was that the professional development in March?
Correct.
That was the one where they had the ability to sign up for what they wanted to sign up
Correct,
for?
but everything fell within the umbrella of culturally responsive practice.
Correct, but that varied from, there was a wide range of choices, and they all did fall under culture, but when we're talking about things like implicit bias.
That was included as a choice.
Right, but it's my understanding that it was not chosen by many.
It was chosen by some as part of a variety of choices.
Correct, but there's a difference between making it optional.
Understood.
And mandating it.
But I do again want to acknowledge that every staff member has participated in culturally responsive practices.
There's a
professional
difference
development.
between culturally responsive practices
I understand.
and teaching
I get it.
anti-racist practices.
Okay.
So those are two very different things.
I understand.
But Jen, I want to be respectful in this conversation. Please know that.
Yep.
You can't force someone to do something. It is very important, and I'm speaking as an educator of 26 years, okay? That should have some meaning here of what my decisions and how I'm doing this. You don't force someone into a training, because know what happens? They put their back up, and we won't get anywhere in this district. You have to work with them. You have to get buy-in. You have to get people to understand why this work is important. And that's the work that we want to do with these consultants coming in. Can't just say I'm mandating it and you need to sit here and do that. Because know what's going to happen? People are going to feel like they're not going to learn. It's just like when you teach children. You got to engage them. That's what we want to do. We want to engage them in the work. Make sure they understand the importance. So this is important work. We heard from a parent tonight how important this is. But when you sit here and say I'm mandating it, that people put their backs up to that. That's not how you teach people. That's not how you train people.
Did you read the equity audit, the part about professional development?
Yes.
Did you read why they mandated it?
Because of everything that's been going on, and just the importance of it, right?
And did you read that they said that they don't typically mandate it?
For
those exact reasons?
But Jen, it's how we do it, right? It's important with professional learning, the process and how you do it with our staff. That's all I'm saying.
So maybe what could perhaps help, because I totally understand why there's some frustration, just because it is, and what I have learned in my time on the school committee is that professional development is extremely difficult to work into the contract and the time and all of the sort of things, although we do have some potential options. Could we get, I mean, I understand that you're working with CLE, but like I feel like we need, I'm worried we'll be in the same spot next year because of the same challenges. And so that's what I'm trying to figure out is like, so CLE comes in, if they have a good plan, et cetera, but like I'm worried about, and maybe just thinking through what the barriers are going to be to being able to implement that and being able to have it work. Because I do think that it's important that we make some movement in this area and try to make, try to raise
So
the
I think
education level.
one barrier will be is that we don't have enough professional development days, right? And so that will be a barrier. That's why I'm saying we got to look at the other avenues that we have. So we have faculty meetings where once a month we can meet with staff. And that, I will say, when I was in Jamestown, we used it, I did it the same way. It was very successful, bringing stuff in through that time. We can also look at other ways that we can bring that work in. I know Sherry, you said not,
well,
not
I think
use
like
some,
not
but
that,
that might
but
be
like
that you have to bring in to work with a group of people, right?
Yeah.
To do some work during a school day.
But I think the
Because
faculty
that's
meetings is a good
important.
idea because it's
Work
like a
with how you-
small
and we will,
environment where they could
and
talk.
I think it's best that we're doing that at a school level because every school is different, right? And so you're working with each school with those staff during that time. Let us bring the plan that we're working on with them that we can show. And I hope that by you seeing that and seeing the timeline of what we're doing, you will see, okay, this is moving forward.
Yeah, and I genuinely understand the challenges in this. I do also think about the student from the parent that spoke tonight and how in the time that they were in high school, we have been talking about this issue and have not made a lot of progress. And so I think for me that it does have actual implications to students as we have delays and barriers and stuff. So I would hope we would be able to make some moves this year to be able to get folks some additional training in this area.
May I add something? Erin?
Of course.
I would recommend that if we find this to be a top priority or a priority that's going to help students and faculty, that we understand that not everything is a priority and not everything can be at the same level of priority. I think that unfortunately we have a lot of things we add to agendas that are definitely on the lower end of our priorities. I'm thinking trademarking our logo. Probably we didn't need to spend as much time on that, and I could offer other examples, but I'm not trying to do this derogatorily. I'm just saying that if you really want an answer as to where perhaps the admins could get more time from, it would be not bringing to them things that we could either easily handle with memos, emails, report outs, things that could streamline our meetings and could streamline the documentation needed. I think the RFPs can just go on BidNet. We don't need 3,000 pages of documentation, which ends up getting messed up. Things are spelled wrong, things aren't formatted properly, understandably so, but also scrambling. We don't put things out in the public to be seen in advance. We have to table things. So these are just, I think, some very common sense suggestions as to where the admins could get time back. And it's not like I haven't mentioned that before in the past, but since you asked, how could we help? I think that's a way that the school committee could help, not making everything an on-fire situation and reactive. Let's be proactive and let's prioritize where it needs to be priority.
Okay, other thoughts?
So when is it reasonable to expect a plan?
I'm hoping we can bring something for the 16th. I know when I was talking to them, they were like, well, we can't have it for tonight, and I understand because timing. So I'm hoping that I can bring something to the 16th, because that is our last school committee meeting before, summertime, and really would like to be starting this work over the summer.
So my motion still stands because I would like to see all staff trained by the end of the following school year, with the details to be worked out, but I think that we need to enact some motion to force this through. So my motion is still on the table.
So why don't you, I don't think you had a second on that one, Jen, so why don't you make a motion and then.
So I make a motion to mandate implicit bias training for all staff and administrators by the end of the 26-27 school year, with the details around how that will be accomplished to be worked out with the administration.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, further discussion?
I'm not against the training. I'm against the mandate, the dictates. So I'm going to be a no, but not for the reason that people may think.
I'm the same way. Like I want to see, I think what Dr. Duver, Mr. Mez, and I are working on, I'd rather see, and I trust them 100% not to mandate them to do it. So I'm also going to be a no.
Okay, further discussion?
I'd like to say something. Dr. Duver indicated this earlier, and I just want to say, when we hear stories like some of the folks who've spoken in front of us about their experience in our schools, Dr. Duver and I care a great deal about the experience that every single student has in our schools. When we hear that kids are not experiencing the type of school environment that they should, it bothers us. It angers us. I just want that made clear. It does. We really care. We really do. And we're working our damnedest. We are, to get that to happen. And we may not agree all the time on the how, but we damn sure well believe that every kid in this district deserves to come to school and have a great experience, have a great education, and feel connected and belong. I just want to say that.
Thanks, Rob. Anything else on this one? Okay, so we have a motion on the table. We'll call the question unless there's further discussion. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay, opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay. Motion carries. Let's move on to item E.
I would make a motion to discuss.
Second?
Second.
I had sent a motion, I sent an email on this. There were some subsequent writings that were a reference as well as an exhibit that are not included. So.
Yep, so the Schedule B Exhibit 1 should be, I did get that today, but it sounds like for some reason things are not loading. But I do have that, and I did review that with
I've asked this before and I'm gonna ask it again. When things get uploaded, like after the agenda has been posted, if we could get notified, because it's, I don't know about everybody else, but I'm not constantly refreshing it to see if there's been new things uploaded to the agenda.
Me too, because I download it just in case the internet's not working.
So it would be helpful if we knew when things had been changed so that we could review it before the meeting. So,
other questions regarding the memo?
I will make a motion to table because I haven't had a chance to see the exhibit or the subsequent writings.
Okay, do we have a second for tabling?
What other writings are you referencing? Is the only
There
one I
is
could
a
see
reference in
exhibit
the MOU that talks about subsequent writings between the town and the school. And I wanted to know, I wanted to see those subsequent
attached
writings.
here.
In the third paragraph, it says, whereas the town and the school department outlined how the reimbursements would work in conversations and subsequent writings.
So that would be through the budget?
No,
This goes back to 2022.
That was the email trail. Take a look at it. That was, I think that's referring to the email trail between the.
Oh, that was on the last agenda.
That's all.
Right,
right. Those were the emails that.
Yep.
So
I can actually share those with the. I think someone sent them to me.
I think they were on the last
It's in the
agenda.
memo, though, Andrew. It's noted in the memo.
I think subsequent
So I feel like
is used the wrong way here. It's subsequent means things that come after, not if you're talking about the 2022 back and forth, which is what you just said, isn't it?
Yeah, but what they're saying, and I don't disagree with you, but what they're saying, they're referring to the school department and town outlining the reimbursements and then the subsequent writing. So that it was all subsequent to 22. If I recall correctly, this
you're saying 22, anything that came after the original decision in 2022.
There was a decision that if this is what we're talking about, and then there were a number of emails back and forth, like Mary Ann Carroll was on one of them, just kind of discussing how the school committee wasn't interested in doing this.
I thought it meant
that's my understanding of what that's.
Okay, so not from now, today,
correct.
On.
No, the only thing that we needed from today, that from my recollection, was the addendum, which did come in this afternoon.
We did ask for those documents to be attached to the agenda, though, for transparency for how we got here. So I would like to see those publicly available. I mean,
I believe I think they're emails from Marion, but it's to the town. Let me just double check on that. I don't know that they're privileged. I don't think they are, but I'll check.
I just think that, especially because from my research and understanding that the school committee did not vote on this, that I would like to understand more
but to
about.
Dr. Dewey's point, it was an email between Marion at the time, and
Yeah.
so let me just take a look at those and double
But if
check.
that's not the case, I feel like we need to be transparent about those documents.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel like they were on the last agenda though. So I think
they-
we have them.
I thought
I'm pretty sure I feel like I saw them.
I thought all of this was with the memo and everything the last time we discussed this.
We did, so maybe just add back all.
Okay.
So it makes our agenda longer.
Okay, any other questions regarding this?
Now, on the exhibit B, is it only the ones that have the school noted on it?
Yep, so when you look at it, because I was just pulling up down, so I was going to send it over to you in an email. So anything that says community school, those are the buildings that we get credit, right? So these are all the town buildings. So 50 East Court, 150 Fairway Drive, 50 Woodlawn, these are all schools. 250 Tower Hill Road, 50 Whitford, Mark Drive would be Quinnesset, Stony Lane, 150 Fairway,
Why aren't any of the school street ones?
Forest, Fairway Drive.
There's School Street.
East Court, I think, is one.
Wickford.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It's not. There's definitely one at DMS, I think.
So this is nearly all of the.
Well, we can. It looks like
And
this
then
is
when
not.
you look at the allocation amount, so like for under GDIM, it's 24%. So it's not a full 100% that the town is buying the credits from them. It's only 24% of the total credit. And the same with Revity, they're only purchasing 26.2% of the electricity rate. So it's not 100% of the electricity credits that the town's purchasing. So then the ones that are highlighted for the schools is what we would get.
Just from a procedural standpoint, Mr. Mollis's name is on this, on the MOU.
Yep, and when I talked with him, and I don't know if you talked with James, that he would be the one signing this. We go to the town council, but he would be the one signing.
Yeah, I asked for the school committee to sign it. He did put in an email that he would be going to the town council and getting their permission, but that he planned on being the person to execute the document.
Okay, so if the school, if we voted on this, the town council still needs to approve this.
Yeah, so what Mr. Mollis is waiting for, he's waiting for the approval to come from here, and then he's bringing it to the town council.
Understood. Other questions regarding this?
And I believe I just found those emails, so I will check them first thing in the morning, and if something needs to be redacted, I'll redact it, but otherwise I'll just send them to everyone to see.
Yep, and get them attached so they're publicly available.
Right, we would put that in.
Send them to Kristen too.
Yep.
That's what he's checking to sure.
That would be my recommendation.
I'm gonna make a motion to table.
Second.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
I just was,
Nope.
I just had a question of when the town, if the town council was meeting before July 1st.
They are.
Yeah, June 22nd.
But are we meeting? So
Yeah,
yes,
and we're meeting
yes.
on the 16th.
Okay,
So-
yeah, that works, fine.
Okay, make a motion to table.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion to table F.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And then policies.
Okay, I'll make a motion to discuss JLCE.
Second.
This is the first read on this annual update for this policy, which is submitted by the NK School Nurse Coordinator. We will see this policy one more time before voting on it.
Any questions regarding this?
I had two questions.
Sure.
One, who is the school physician?
Silversmith.
Dr. Duba?
Okay.
Yep, it's Dr. Silversmith.
All right, I just wasn't sure. And then, does this policy cover after-school activities in sports? I was just curious. I didn't know. Or is it just during the school
I don't know, that's a
time?
good question. Is there a specific reason why you're asking?
Well, I just didn't know, like, I don't think the school nurse is there, like, after,
The school nurse is not there.
you know, like, so during
So
sports.
you're saying just during
Right,
school
so,
times? Yeah.
right.
So it's just during school-
Right,
that's
so
what
if
I-
there's after-school activities, right, that you would call, and there was an emergency, we would call it 911.
Okay, and same thing, like, for sports.
Well, sports depends if it's something where the athletic trainer is there, he's the first to handle the emergency, then from there, depending if there's further
Jen, I
need,
think
they
that,
call 911.
I think that's a valid,
I think it
valid
is
thing
too.
that we
Yep,
should
I'll
outline.
find out.
We
Yep.
should, that's a good
Yep.
point, Sherry. We could make that more clear.
Yeah,
There are
especially
some
if
things.
it's something positive, people may think that, oh, the school
Mhm.
nurse is available.
Yeah, that's why I was like, maybe we should just put in there that
Yeah,
it's
no,
for
it's for
during
school day.
school
Yeah.
We can do that
hours.
before we see it again,
Yep.
right, Jen?
Yep.
Any other questions, comments, or thoughts? Okay, so we'll see this one next time, and we'll make that change before we see it again.
Okay, make a motion to discuss JII, Student Parent Guardian Appeals Process.
Second.
This is the first read of a revision to an existing policy that's been updated to further define the process for students and parents/guardians to follow when they're seeking resolutions to differences.
Sorry, did I have a second? Thank you. All right. No, I didn't hear the second, so I was. Okay, so questions regarding this one or any comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll see this at our next meeting.
Make a motion to discuss DJC purchasing procedures.
Second.
This is the first read of a revision to an existing policy that's being modified to add a section to address change orders related to bond-related capital improvement projects. We'll see this policy one more time before voting on it.
Any questions regarding this one?
Yeah, so I have a high-level question on this one. I believe that some of the stuff is adjusted because of the bond projects. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what this change is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is that something that, and I know you talked to, Sam Bradner was in the Zoom call with you all, and we talked about this at our meeting, internal meeting on Thursday, but is that something that should actually be like memorialized in a policy because the bonds don't occur that often? Or is it just something that should just more be like a when needed, as needed. Do you know what I mean?
Well, that's what we talked about, because we have
we
the
had the same
policy, and so we talked about just adding a specific segment to this policy to address capital improvement projects and bond-related projects, and then when that is over, it can come out, and then when it's needed again, it can go in, rather than having a whole policy devoted just to capital
Okay, so
improvement
their
projects.
original request was
Yeah.
a whole separate policy, and so this was, for lack of a better word, the compromise.
Okay.
To your point, I had the same thought, but we, in theory, North Kingstown School Department for the next, at minimum 5 years, will be in capital improvement projects. And so this, I think, is worth putting in the policy like this.
For now.
If at any point they could
Right.
take it out, but if this has to be somewhere to give that authorization for the superintendent to do the change orders, and for at least the next 5 years, this will be an occurrence. So I think it's worth putting it in there.
Okay.
But I also didn't think it was worth doing a whole separate policy, because I think it's important to try to make it as easy for folks to understand as possible, so I think that this is a good compromise.
Okay.
Any other questions regarding this one? Okay, hearing none, we'll see that next time.
Okay, make a motion to discuss IKA grading policy.
Second.
Okay, this is the first read of a revision to an existing policy that's being modified to combine our high school and middle grading policies. As mentioned during the policy update, this policy had been revised last year, presented to the school committee, and ultimately did not pass. Assistant Superintendent Mezzanotte took the feedback from that process and met with the teachers union and submitted a new proposed revision, which is what you have in front of you this evening. It was advanced from the Policy Advisory Committee with the understanding that there are likely going to be additional changes made at our level prior to the vote taking place. I want to apologize for the timing of the notification going out to the community on Friday afternoon about this policy. It was not intentional, and if anybody felt like it was, I apologize, that was not the case. As far as the policy itself, I do think that there have been changes made to this policy from the existing policy and the policy that was submitted last year that will make things better for students in the short term. So even though I think there's probably still some tweaks that need to be made, I'm hoping that we can all find a way to move some version of this forward. I think that much of the disagreement seems to center around retakes. The prior policy didn't include any at the high school and stated that they were mandatory at the middle school for anything less than 50. I'm wondering if there's a compromise to be made by stating that specific criteria and protocols will be established by each department at the high school, and then putting some type of a statement about the determination at the middle school. The draft policy as it's written currently leaves it up to the teacher, which I personally am not in support of. And then just in addition, the passing grade was another point that had been a point of contention. It's left as it currently is, as the current policies are. I believe that North Kingstown is one of the few districts that 70 is passing. But like I said, I think this is a better version of the policy than before, and I'm hoping that some of these changes that have been made, or I do think that some of the changes that have made will benefit students. So I'm in support of making some changes now and passing it forward, and then hopefully taking a bigger look at the issue in the future. Rob had provided some additional feedback, which is you have in front of you here, changing the weight of the assessments back to the current percentages to 75-25 and updating the language in the MLL section. He would also like to see, at the discretion of the teacher, added to the makeup late assignment section. So I know this is a lot to absorb, and we will definitely see this policy one more time before voting on it. So I know we've gotten feedback from teachers, and if there's any comments that other people have, I'm happy to hear them and put everything together and present a revised draft at the next meeting.
Yeah, I think some of the teachers had, I liked some of their questions were just like, how long does the student have to request a retake? How does the retake impact the grade? And I don't feel like we should put it all on the teachers. And then also, there was this part that said, teachers may exercise professional judgment in applying a course grade. So I didn't really know what that meant. I feel like it needs to be fair across all the students. So I feel like if there's not, what do I want to call them, barriers of how they're doing the retakes, and I feel like it makes it hard, and each teacher might be doing something different, and then could cause more problems with students, saying why did so-and-so get to retake 5 times, but I'm in another class and I couldn't retake.
Yeah, and I would say the difference between the policy that we saw last year and the policy that we saw this year, The policy committee has expanded since last year, and so it was interesting to see the community members and other members of the committee's take on it, and they had some similar thoughts, Sherry, to what you just expressed as far as consistency and making sure things are clear. So that was interesting too, to see it with fresh eyes and get their feedback, which was incorporated in the version that you all saw.
And Sherry, I think retake seems to be the sticking point all around, right? And like, and so
maybe putting guidelines around it.
Well,
yeah.
And I think, like, my recommendation would be to leave it to the discretion of the department, not the teacher, because it feels like some departments are good with retakes and some are not, right? And so if you put it at the discretion of the department, then they have to
Maybe at least consistent
within the department. So like if you and I both teach English, we have to do it the same. But like if Megan teaches history, she can do it completely differently as long as it's done consistently within the history department, right? And that at least that way it gets, because the concern is that the student should have the same experience, right? Like if I take the class, I should have the same experience no matter what teacher I take it with, right? But I know that there are some teachers, some departments don't want to do retakes, and I don't think we should be saying who gets to do retakes and who doesn't, or how they get to do it, or anything like that. So,
yeah, I guess the only issue I think we would have is between the two middle schools, because is there, like, you know what I'm saying, like
the goal is consistency.
Yeah, it has to be the same.
Well, so yeah,
right.
so I guess at the middle school, could the ELA in both schools make a, because you don't want kids at DMS saying, I got to retake it 3 times, but at Wickford they're only allowing it twice, or vice versa. Jimmy, I feel like I get in the high school, it'll be a little easier to do that. I wonder, could we do that in the middle schools? Do you know what I'm saying? How there's no department head necessary, right, between the two schools?
You're either allowed to do a retake or you're not. And that was something I brought up at the policy meeting about making sure there's more consistency. You weren't there. I was letting you know. But I think our policies need to be consistent, and I don't think we should give individual teachers the flexibility to determine if they should allow a retake or not, because then that creates inconsistencies in our schools. And that's not that I don't trust it.
No, but that was the point of redoing this policy in the first place. Part of it was to ensure there was consistency and to ensure that there was a consistent experience for students. And while I believe that the majority of the teachers are always operating under the best intention for the students and doing what is best, you do run into instances where you may have a student who is able to take a test over and one who isn't, and you don't want that to happen, right? So anything that is left to the discretion of the teacher, you run into that, but you don't want to take away their professional, so you kind of want to make it consistently the same, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was saying, I just felt like the middle schools might be harder to do that, only for the fact that there's no department chair. I'm like over.
It's 2 separate buildings.
It's 2 separate buildings who do 2 separate things, but you also want to make sure. Right. And another thing that one of the teachers said that I thought was interesting too is the retake policy with AP classes, right? I feel like a kid who's taking an AP class probably should not be having to retake. You know what I mean? You need to be at a certain level to be taking that class.
That's why I think if you leave it up to the department, right?
They could say that.
They can define those parameters within their own department, what works for them and what doesn't.
Yeah, so I guess it's just solving for the middle schools and how to get them to be consistent.
Okay, so we're going to see it again. So Mr. Mezzanotte he's taking notes on what you all are saying, and then he can work to bring that next level revision to the next meeting with that into consideration.
Rob, I did have one question that I heard earlier that I was not aware of, because I was just based on the feedback that some emails we've received over the last few days. There seemed to be a little bit of a disconnect. I heard that you took changes that were suggested from the first go around when we first did not approve this, and you worked with the union, the teachers union. But it seems like some of the teachers' responses as they were writing in were like, where did this come from? So how was that disseminated, information disseminated that you and the teachers union, to the rest of the staff?
Yeah, so we had a discussion, myself and members of the union, around this, and we talked about the sort of where we saw this needing to go, and it hasn't gone to the entire group yet. We basically put this on the agenda as a first read, and we have time before, obviously, the next meeting for revisions and feedback and so on and so forth, and kind of that's where we are with that now.
Okay, so I guess the only reason I'm asking is it just seemed like that some of the teachers were caught off guard. So obviously, if they're watching this meeting, they'll know this now, but if they're not watching this meeting, will there be a way to let them know that you are working with their union representation?
Certainly.
I mean, I feel like the union representation maybe should have made that known, but I don't know how this works from your end.
Yeah, I would agree. Because I wonder if like the union representation didn't actually reach out to, department chairs or the teachers to kind of give them some insight.
Definitely, I'll take note of that.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
All right. Do you want to move on to?
Yep. I will make a motion to discuss CHCA.
Is there a second?
Second.
This is the first read of a new policy that will require school handbooks to be approved by the school committee prior to their distribution to the school community to ensure they are in alignment with district policies. We will see this policy one more time before voting on it.
Any questions, comments?
My only comment is, so I'm just curious, Dr. Duba, do you think that, because I trust when you guys do the handbooks that you're thinking of all that stuff, do you think it's in the realm of the school committee to review? I feel like it's kind of like the bus routes that we don't review. Which I agree.
I mean, it's not typical in other districts that the school committees are approving the student handbooks. I mean, it's you guys have to.
I would say that there are policies for Barrington and East Greenwich that they both have the school committee review the handbooks before they go out. And the reason why this was put forward was just to ensure that the policies that are listed in the handbooks are consistent with the actual district policies, because that has not happened on several occasions. So it's to make sure to protect the district and the staff, so that if there's a question, if something comes up, is it a policy or isn't it, they can be sure to say that yes, it is a policy and it is in alignment with the district policies.
Would it go to the policy advisory committee first to check on that stuff, or would it just
No,
go
it would
directly
come
to
right
us?
here. Yeah.
Okay.
So what we had talked about is that we would make sure, because we work on the handbooks over the summer projects we do with the principals, and then we would bring it to school committee at the first meeting, and then it would get distributed.
After, okay.
And we would check the principal, they typically don't go out, the student handbooks will go out like right before school starts. So.
I said, what did I miss? And Rob said grading.
Did you conveniently leave?
Yeah, that's so. Well, no, it was here from the beginning. I just meant like, what did I miss in the middle?
You're like, I think I'm gonna leave.
Just grading. All right. Other questions on this one or comments? Okay, so it sounds like the committee definitely has similar concerns regarding consistency. That seems like
finished with grading. We're on handbooks now.
Oh, just kidding. I just would have been helpful.
You asked what you missed.
Oh, the beginning of handbooks would have been the answer.
Yeah.
No worries. So are we still in handbooks?
We were wrapping up.
Great. Okay. Any other questions regarding that?
No.
Okay, great. We'll see that one as well at the last meeting. Okay. Moving on to new business. Do we have a motion for A?
I'll make a motion to discuss.
Second.
So in 2022, the school committee adopted this resolution, officially designating June as Pride Month on an annual basis. While Pride Month is a celebration of the contributions, resilience, and history of LGBTQ+ individuals, it's also an opportunity to reflect on our responsibility as educators and community members. Across the country, many LGBTQ+ young people continue to experience higher rates of bullying, harassment, social isolation, and mental health challenges than their peers. For these students, questions of safety, belonging, and acceptance are not abstract concepts. They shape their day-to-day experiences in schools and communities. As a district, our role is not to tell students who they should be. Our role is to ensure that every student is able to learn in an environment where they feel safe, respected, and valued for who they are. That responsibility feels particularly important this year. We've heard concerns from students, families, and staff about bias-based bullying, about whether LGBTQ+ students consistently feel a sense of belonging in our schools, and about whether students see themselves reflected in the curriculum, resources, and learning experiences we provide. While we've made progress, we need to be honest that there's still work to do. So recognizing Pride Month is a reaffirmation of our commitment to creating schools where all students know that they belong, that they're valued members of our community, and that they can learn and thrive as their authentic selves. So I will make a motion to approve again our annual resolution.
Second.
Okay, further discussion?
I'd like to make a statement.
Sure.
I don't believe school committees should be in the business of making resolutions unless it relates to a special legislative initiative that falls under our purview, such as budget policies and the hiring of a superintendent, and which we feel is important to support. Once you open the door to special recognitions, the logical equity argument follows, bless you, that if you recognize one group, should you not recognize all special interest groups in the same way? In the past, I have advocated for the town council and the school committee to recognize April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. But upon further reflection this year, and despite the evidence that youth who experience sexual abuse are more than 3 times as likely to attempt suicide as their peers based on a large meta-analysis of dozens of studies involving over 250,000 individuals, I decided against advocating for this recognition or resolution for the reasons I just mentioned. Interestingly, no one in this committee brought forward that resolution earlier this year. Our district and state have put a number of laws, safeguards, and policies into place for members of the LGBTQIA+ community. Our town will be hosting the Pride Parade this weekend. We have an active gay-straight alliance at the high school, and all over our state there are many public pride activities that everyone is welcome to attend. While the focus of a few of our school committee members is on this particular community, to single out one group of students with a special month to honor them inherently overlooks the other students in our district who do not identify in this way. We do not wish for any of our students to feel unsafe or bullied in our schools, but in creating a resolution that only seeks to honor and joyously celebrate one group of students over all other students in our district, we are being anything but inclusive in our messaging. Our job as school committee members is to ensure that all of our students are afforded a safe environment in which to receive a quality education. Actions taken for the betterment of all, not resolutions, especially those that only focus on a select group within our schools, are the way to achieve this goal.
Thank you. Anything else on this?
I just want to say I'm abstaining, and it's not because I do support Pride Month, but I do not believe the school committee should favor one group of students over another. In my view, doing so is not equitable. We do not formally recognize other observances that are equally significant, such as Black History Month or Women's History Month. So for that reason, I cannot support recognizing one group while not extending the same recognition to others.
Any further discussion? This is again the one I believe that was passed maybe 22 is stands. This is just reconfirming it.
Yep.
So no further discussion. Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay, opposed? Nay. Okay, and then abstain. Okay, thank you. Moving on to B.
That's me. Okay.
Can I just get a motion, Chair, please?
Oh, can we have a motion to discuss?
Second.
Okay, thank you.
I just put this on because I know Erin and Jen, you have been attending PTO meetings. So I think first my question is, I'm going to ask Erin, are you doing this for your re-election campaign?
Absolutely.
Okay, and my reason for saying that is that we were both at Forest Park for 4 years, and I was on the board. I went to every PTO meeting, and you only attended PTO meetings when you were running for school committee, and then you never attended one after you were elected. So I don't really understand what started this. One, I don't think anyone from the school committee should go to a PTO meeting without us all discussing what we, want to accomplish with doing that.
Sure, and I think that's valid, Sherry, and I'd be happy to discuss how we could coordinate that effort. For me, going to the PTO meetings was trying to get more information from people in our community. With the listening sessions, as you know, that you've been participating in, like a lot of folks weren't coming to us, and so trying to think of a different way to hear from the different schools and the different folks in the community in the schools. So.
Yeah, but I think you should have brought it to the entire school committee, and no offense, I'm the only one on here who knows about PTOs very much, and so if we were going to do that, I think you should have brought it here and discussed who was going to do it.
Mm-hmm. Anything else on this?
Yes. On May 10th, I was reading through the weekly Stony Lane newsletter as my youngest attends school there. The sentence caught my eye. We have our last PTO meeting, 6 p.m. Tuesday night. School committee members Jen Lima and Aaron Earl will be at our PTO meeting to get involved with our families. Curious as to why I was yet again learning about school committee members' actions anywhere but from my own committee or during a public meeting, I sent the following email to Aaron. Hi Aaron, I see you and Jen in your capacity as school committee members are going to be attending the Stony Lane PTO meeting on Tuesday night. Just an FYI that I will be there too since my daughter goes there. I didn't end up going because my son had a surprise birthday party that went overtime. Are you and Jen starting some new school committee PTO initiative? If so, I'd love to be included. And it would be great for the entire school committee to be informed of this idea as a professional courtesy and in case the rest of us would like to participate. In fact, I'd be happy to attend the Stony Lane DMS and or high school meetings as my kids attend these schools. With so many of us on the school committee who are also parents of children who attend multiple district schools, we could each take different schools and report back in the same way that you and Jen are now doing. As Jen said at our last school committee meeting, we are a team, so let's work together as one. I'm all in. Looking forward to hearing back on the plan, which I expect to see on an upcoming agenda by June. Happy Mother's Day. I never received a response. Policy BCA number 5 states, make public relevant institutional information in order to promote communication and understanding between the school systems and the community. We have no public platforms to measure our strategic goals. We oftentimes do not have backup documents available to the public in our agenda packets, which has been brought to our attention and not resolved more times than I can count. We still haven't approved our grant funding for our most disadvantaged students. Prior school committees have had no problems passing a budget in March. At the May 5th meeting during the school improvement team presentations, we could have had 8 principals speak, but we heard from none. Nor did any school committee member ask any questions or make any statements. I wasn't there, but I would have had a lot of questions.
Just to clarify, I did send a whole list of questions to the superintendent on the SIP plans. They just weren't addressed in the meeting for time constraints.
The conversation could have been robust, but was non-existent. Yet Jen and Aaron, you two think you have to personally walk into PTO meetings to find out what's going on in our schools. The night of the May 5th meeting, the conversation around the DEI Advisory Committee recommendations and the health and wellness curriculum was extensive, unlike that of the SIP presentations, thereby underscoring where the priorities lie. Really, what was the true purpose of attending the PTO meetings when we already have so many processes, policies, and procedures in place whereby we, as school committee members, can learn about what is going on in our schools? Especially since you have sat on the school committee for the last 4 to 6 years, and this has never been done during your tenure. Here's my theory. At the March 19th meeting of the North Kingstown Democratic Town Committee, where Aaron, Rob, and Jen were all in attendance, and per their meeting minutes, the following statements were documented. Candidate recruitment is incredibly important for the school committee. Retaining a majority is a top priority in order to protect the gains we have made in continuing to move our schools forward. And because of the need to recruit school committee candidates, Tom is suggesting a regular office hours or other means of recruiting parents. People who are potential candidates should be introduced to Tom, even just for coffee and a chat. On April 16th, about 3 weeks later, Jen sent out the following email to all PTOs, except the one they didn't know started up this year at Davisville Academy Early Learning Center, the pre-K. Sherry helped to start that one up. The school committee hosts monthly office hours. This is the letter that Jen sent out to all the PTOs. The school committee hosts monthly office hours and listening sessions, where 2 members invite residents to share thoughts, ask questions, and discuss topics related to our schools. We would welcome the opportunity to bring these conversations directly to your school community by attending an upcoming PTO meeting. Doing so will help us better understand the priorities and perspectives of your members as we develop our goals for the 26-27 school year. Please let me know if this would be possible, and if so, the date and time of your next meeting. According to Jen and other community members, she and Aaron alone or separately attended PTO meetings at Stony, Hamilton, Quid, Forest Park, Whitford Middle, and the high school. During the Stony Lane PTO meeting attended by Aaron, a type of question and answer, Q&A, took place where questions about the building, bond projects, and transportation, amongst other district issues, were discussed. During the high school PTO meeting attended by Jen and Aaron, the following was reported per their May 20th meeting minutes. School committee report. Aaron Earl and Jen Lima, looking for options to connect with parents and community members, coming to PTOs to learn what's important to them and what the school committee is doing. School committee overlooks school policies, budgets, and selection of the superintendent. What I understand from the Hamilton PTO meeting is that Aaron had, quote, a lot to say, although I don't have any official meeting minutes from that meeting, nor any of the other meetings that Aaron and Jen attended. What stood out to me was the following: the reference at the NKDTC meeting to office hours and the parallel language in Jen's email to the PTOs. The timing of the NKDTC meeting suggesting candidate recruitment tactics and the date of the first outreach to the PTOs by Jen and on behalf of Aaron. Leaving me, Sherry, and possibly Rob out of this plan, which specifically references better understanding the priorities and perspectives of the members of the PTOs as we develop our goals for the 26-27 school year. Jen's message to a resident who inquired about their motives with these PTO visits, where Jen stated, I usually advertise the event on my campaign Facebook page and list it under the calendar part of the school committee agenda, but that didn't happen with these visits because they were somebody else's event. I don't have any minutes prepared that I can share at this time, but as I mentioned in my earlier email, I will include a report out at the next school committee meeting. And I've included copies of the emails that were sent to all the PTO presidents. They are consistent with what was conveyed when we were at the meetings, that we have been doing office hours, that we are having a hard time getting attendance, so we are bringing office hours to where people are, and we're hoping to hear people's thoughts, comments, and concerns, etc. It should be pointed out that since this was not a school committee meeting, nor a school committee advisory meeting, a school committee member should not be taking meeting minutes. Also, the promised report out on those meetings never occurred. In an effort to stay in compliance with chain of command, policy BH, why would it not have first been discussed with the entire school committee with the suggestion that either Dr. Duva or Mr. Mezzanotte visit our PTOs maybe once a year and report back to the full school committee on what they learned? No doubt there will be disagreement on the motives behind their visits to the PTO, but what cannot be disputed is that these actions violate at least 2 of our school committee policies, BH and BCA. It's one thing if school committee members, without causing a rolling quorum, have been invited by the individual PTOs to attend a meeting. That has been done in the past, and it's allowed. But that is provided that the school committee or 2 members attend the meetings as observers only, which Jen and Aaron did not do. Instead, by discussing and allowing a back and forth on school-related issues, they essentially brought the work of the school committee to an organized group sanctioned by the school outside of a public meeting and unbeknownst to at least 2 other school committee members, which is not allowed. Therefore, it is my strong recommendation that we discuss something here this evening, possibly a policy that can be created to address a number of unintended consequences which occurred when 2 of our school committee members decided to take it upon themselves to attend PTO meetings for the first time last month. And I'm going to formally submit my stuff tonight for the meeting minutes, Kristen.
Sure. Just to clarify,
wait, can I have a question?
Yeah, sure.
Why didn't you send that email to the DMS PTO?
I didn't.
No, you didn't.
I did.
You did not, Jen. I am the co-president of the DMS PTO. You did not send it to
I
the
will
PTO.
forward you the email that I sent to the DMS.
You did not.
Sure, I did mention it too, remember?
You mentioned it to me, but I did not get that email. So I think there was ulterior motives of why the 2 of you were attending these PTO meetings.
I will send you the
Jen,
email.
you did not send it. There's one email address. I get all the emails. There's no one else at DMS who gets them. So what I'm saying is you both had ulterior motives of why you were going to the PTO meetings, and they weren't for the best reasons.
Anything, so just to clarify, I don't think I did not go to Forest Park. I wasn't able to attend that one. I don't know, Jen, if you went to Forest Park, but Megan had that on her list.
That was in an email that Jen sent around to a resident, so I just...
Oh, got you. I just went, okay, I didn't get to go to that one.
Yep.
And then I do think that if we wanted to formalize that would be a great idea for the fall, and that we could each divide and go. And I'm happy to report out what I learned from the different schools. I literally went to try to hear from the community members to see what the issues were at the school level.
Yeah, well then that's actually kind of concerning to me that as chair, that you found that like the appropriate way to handle it and not bring it back to us. And also, like, you're talking about building stuff at a PTO meeting. You're supposed to be sitting there as an observer. Building stuff, I'm actually very concerned with what was said. And I don't have the meeting minutes to confirm because honestly, Erin, I am the chair, one of the chairs of the Building Advisory Committee. God only knows what was stated. And I have to be honest with you, there's some stuff in those other meeting minutes that I was referencing, the NKDTC, where you 3 are taking credit for doing stuff that the entire committee did. It's very disconcerting disconcerting to think about what's being said behind our backs. This is where we do our school committee business. Whatever you guys want to do on your own time, go have at it. But to be discussing school committee stuff and transportation, I don't understand. How did you think that was okay?
Sure. I just thought it would be, as somebody who's on the school committee, to hear from folks in the community about their schools, I thought was good. And
Without
it's okay
consulting with anyone, or even Dr. Duber and Mr. Mezzanotte before you did it?
I believe Ken knew that I was going to the school committee meetings, but maybe not. I don't know.
No, you were doing it behind everyone's back. So, like, just tell the truth.
I spoke to you about it. I literally said we're trying to go to them, and I asked
Yeah,
you if we could
and
come to
then
DMS. How was that?
But what about me? I mean,
no apologies. I'll apologize for not bringing it up. I see it similar to the office hours, and
It's
totally
not. It's not.
Okay,
It's not.
noted.
That's what the email phrasing comes directly from my post about office hours. That's the same exact language I use when I post about office hours.
And again, it has nothing to do with office hours. So, like, they're two separate entities. I just want that to be like very clear. And office hours, people come to you, and and also we avail ourselves to the community. People can come here. People can go to the office hours. There are emails. Like, in other words, it's not like that people can't find ways to come. And by the way, those PTO meetings are closed to people outside of those school communities.
100%.
So
And we
that's
didn't
actually
go-
a closed off organization.
We didn't go to any that didn't reply or that, and I did not ask to be on the agenda, so if, I was very clear that I'd just be happy if folks did say that we could come. I went to the ones, I sat. If they asked me questions, I answered them. And the question about the Stony Lane building project was, when was the work going to start at Stony Lane? And I deferred to the principal. So,
Okay, I mean, I'm going to be very honest. I don't know that that's what was said. I don't trust anything. I need to see it in writing. So I wasn't there. I didn't hear it with my own ears. So I'm not going to belabor this. I've said my piece. But I think that something should be memorialized because this should not happen again. And with anything.
yep, and I did write back, I think, to you, Sherry, and said that I would fully support you if you wanted to put together some sort of informal way for the school committee to have connections to the different PTOs. I do think that that's great.
Erin, why didn't you write back to me?
I'm sorry. But I did go by myself so that we wouldn't break quorum because three of us can't be in a room. So since you were going, I went by myself. But I will apologize for not writing back. Any other comments on this?
No.
Okay, moving on to the next item.
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay. Dr. Duba put together some dates for our future school committee meetings, so everyone want to take a look at that. And Dr. Duba, I think you said you had to move some dates and...
Yeah, so I did the best I can to stick with the policy, with the policy says is when our meetings happen, but in the months where we have school vacations and budget, I had to kind of really look at adjusting it. I'm trying to get that up on my screen from the packet. What page is it on?
Well, it was on 777 on my old one, but my
768 on mine.
All right.
768.
I had 777.
So I'm going to go off of my memory. So the first meeting is, I think, like August 18th.
Yep.
And then when you go in September, it follows the policy, which I think is the second and fourth. Then you get November, there's one meeting, and it's just because the way it falls with the break. I also compared these meetings with the building advisory committee schedule that we're putting forward for next year, and town council, because it's really important that with everything we're doing with the buildings, we have to line stuff up that's coming from building, going to school committee, going to town council. So it works that way. Then we go into January. We know January, February, we're very busy with budget. I try to avoid back-to-back meetings because it's very difficult and challenging for us to get the agendas and the packets together when we're meeting each week. But during budget time, we have to. So I did look at that. I did look at, speaking with Leslie to put the meetings in there with the budget workshops. And then you go into January, February, March, and April. If you look, there's a March 30th date on there. The reason why I did that is I was trying not to have back-to-back meetings, but also make sure the meetings fall within, like, if we need approval with town council for building stuff, but then making sure there were two meetings there. So it's like March 30th, which really would count for our April meeting, and then it goes into April, avoiding the vacation. So that was like why those dates are there. I just tried really hard to make sure that we're following the policy. Weeks worth, months worth of vacations, not having back-to-backs. It's really hard for us with the back-to-back meetings to then get the agendas and everything out there. But we know during budget time, that's.
I feel like there was one meeting time where we were like, we have to remember this when it comes time to making the meetings, and it had to do with the budget. Does anybody remember that? Like,
It was the rule about how, when we need to go to the town council, perhaps. It was something to do with their calendar, if I remember correctly.
So we have to have the budget approved.
Something
by
about
the
the ordinance?
February, right? So by the end of February, the budget has to be approved to go to them for.
Was it the preliminary number, perhaps? Seeing the preliminary number before it had to go to the town council?
Maybe that's what it was. I could not remember. I remember that we had talked about it, but I could not remember.
So there'll be like December, there'll be a joint meeting with town council, which I don't have yet. That'll be December. Then April, obviously we have a meeting with them in April, which we don't know that date yet. That's right, it just says April budget hearing. And then made sure that our last school committee meeting is before the end of our last day of school.
Yeah, and I checked, it seems like the same number of meetings in February and March that we had this year, so, I mean, it looks okay to
I
me.
had Leslie look at it because really, it's, Leslie's responsible for getting all that budget together and make sure the dates.
So the two back-to-back in January.
So there's January, February where you have back-to-back.
3 weeks in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think this year that worked,
Yeah.
right? Like, I felt like we needed it. Yeah.
4 weeks in a row? 4 weeks in a row.
I know.
19, 26, 2, and 9.
But like Leslie and I looked at it too, and like we know that's hard on our part getting everything together, but with budget, we're just not sure how else to do this without having all those meetings in there.
Yeah, I feel like it worked.
Nothing on the 16th. Okay, any other questions?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, thank you, Dr. Duke, for putting that together. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to the next item.
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
I believe the law that authorizes towns to have special education local advisory committees requires them to have bylaws. I believe, Rachel, if I'm correct, they revised their bylaws, and what is put forward is what the committee would like us to approve.
Yeah.
Any questions regarding that?
So we need to approve these?
I believe we do need to.
Yeah, because I know last time
Yeah, it was
they were
on
talking
in
about them, but
it was on in the way it was listed on the agenda. We weren't able to take action on it. So
Right, yeah.
now it is here.
So now we can.
Okay,
Yep.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Just thank the members of CELAC for putting this together, and I believe also they had to hit some specific things within it. And at glance, it looked like they had hit them also. Okay. Anything else? No. Andrew, do you know if the law says that there's any timeline? Like, do these have to come forward to the committee?
It's in the
once
regs,
and then-
right?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact.
I don't believe, Rachel had me
looked
check
at
on
it.
that, I don't remember seeing a specific
Alright,
timeline,
so-
but I will double check, but I don't remember.
Yeah, and then if we could just get, if these are approved, we can just get them posted on the CELAC part of our website, that would be great.
Yep.
Okay, any further comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And then correspondence?
May 20th, Robert Jones, agenda items. May 20th, Kara Martell, cell phone policy, momentum lease, equity belonging, and community engagement coordinator, legal counsel contract, health and wellness, additional school committee member. May 20th, Kara Urban, inquiry on school committee members on advisory committees. May 20th, Kara Urban, out of compliance correspondence not being responded to by the school committee chair. May 20th, Kara Urban, review of MK's district legal representation for the schools. May 20th, Tara Urban, follow-up for Erin, out of compliance correspondence not being responded to by the school committee chair. 521, Tara Urban, why is Erin attending PTO meetings and why isn't the entire school committee members aware that she is? 521, Pam Pinero, clarification on agenda O, item from 51926. 522, Crystal Simons, top 10. 525, Mrs. Garcia, Amadeo de Robio Award. 526, Holly Quinn, district issue accusations. 527, Diana Dan Bizzle, Stony Lane 2627, third grade classroom concerns. 527, Sarah LaRosa, reflections and gratitude. 527, Becca Lapchuk, change in third grade classrooms at Stony Lane. 527, Emmy Grote, Stony Lane classroom closures. 527, Sandra McCluskey, thank you for recognizing the importance of genocide education. 528, Matt McCoy, obituary, Joanne Pick. 62, Serena Mason, draft policy. 62, Robert Jones, 62 agenda items.
Just a question and clarification, Andrew.
Yep.
On correspondences, a couple of folks had mentioned like them being included.
The correspondence being included.
Yeah, like is that something that we could get?
Included in like the
Like
minute?
they wanted them read out during citizens' comments.
Yeah, I don't typically, I mean, most of my clients, if you want to come to make a public comment, they ask you to come make the public comment. They don't read out like statements. That's my general practice. I've never like researched the legality of that one way or the other, but generally speaking, if you want to come make a comment, you come make a comment.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else? If not, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.